had a fascinating conversation with Larry earlier, Larry Johnson, about Tren de Aragua. Does the CIA fund foreign drug dealers for some nefarious purpose? Does it do that?
Oh, Lord Judge. Are you that out of step? All right, Steve is numero uno. Giuseppe is numero 2, and MM is numero numero 3. I don't know why I'm sneezing. All right, let me sign in. There's 1 minute to 1. There's no hay fever. So why am I sneezing? Okay. Let's get some stock. Sorry for this noise. There. I guess that's pretty quiet, all things considered. I want to clean this up just a little bit so I have a little bit of room to work with. Sorry for that noise. I always make a mess. Okay. All right, let's look at how the quotes are. Railtown is in the red. Why wouldn't it be? Let's see what the volume is. It's 0.4291, 0.4298, 0.429, 0.4302. It's all computerized. It's all meaningless. Just they want you to be impatient. They want you trading, and you're not doing it because you're strong. 13,000 shares are the entire volume that I see. Last trade was 2,490 shares at 42.56. So they hit the bid to try to shock it down, and it's the same modus operandi over and over and over and over again. Will it work this time? No, it won't. This stock, someone called to my attention, QMM, halted trading. We can talk about that a little later. Mountain is down $1.90 at 429. I have GME here, which is down 17 cents. I don't know why that's even on my list. G-Bucks is up 7 cents at 40 cents. Finger motion is flat at 157. And that's enough stocks. Railtown continues to sit with that one trade at 42.56. That's the one trade of 2,490 shares. It looks like the government is going to be shut down, which could have an impact on anybody waiting for regulators or government approval for things. JP Morgan says the shutdown will last 15 days. I don't know. Nobody knows. There's a question and answer by Tyler Durden on the shutdown. Let me see if there's anything interesting from Goldman Sachs. How likely is there to be a government shutdown? The prediction markets put it at 77% starting tomorrow. Democrats are demanding we restore taxpayer-funded benefits for, this is according to Speaker Johnson, this is a quote, for illegals, restore $500 million for public media, woke public media, and gut the $50 billion they put in the proposal for rural hospitals. We're not going to do that, so Democrats are shutting down the government. Congressional appropriations enacted earlier this year expire October 1. The House passed an extension to November 21, but the Democrats blocked the extension in the Senate. They proposed instead a 1-month extension, which would roll back Medicaid cuts, extend Obamacare, and limit the president's ability to rescind funds without congressional approval. Trump what happens? Defense is mostly discretionary spending and accounts for half of total discretionary spending. Programs funded outside of the process of appropriations, mandatory spending, would continue. This includes Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, interest on the federal debt, and disbursement of student loans. Mandatory programs and interest account for 75% of federal outlays. In the past shutdowns, around 40% of federal civilian employees are furloughed, or roughly 900,000 workers. The 10-year yield has dipped more often than not following the start of a shutdown, and the dollar has weakened in most instances. All right, let's leave it there. Is low volume good? I think so, MM. I think low volume, I assume you're talking about Railtown. I think not only is it good, I think it's excellent. I think it's to the extent that you can read a signal at all in modern United States stock markets by price for any stock under $5. I think low volume in Railtown is excellent. I think it's, I don't know how to describe it to you, but from February 11th, February 11th, 2025, Railtown announced that they were entered into a memorandum of understanding to acquire AI partnerships. That announcement started a process by which all of the main players around the Railtown company, whether it be consultants, attorneys, advisors, big investors, board members, investors who want to invest, who are large enough to have received information about the story. All of those people are precluded from trading in the stock because many may have signed non-disclosure agreements. Others would be bound by the non-disclosure agreement signatures by their company or associates. And in general, if they have access to material non-public information during the course of negotiations or just by access to the company as advisors or large investors or friends of insiders, being insiders, all of those people have been precluded from buying the stock for this last 7 to 8 months that at Railtown. That also applies, that same restriction applies to all of the orbit of people around AIP partners, including any investors that would have reason to know at Omers or at Mavericks. And many may not even be hearing updates on the story because people like John Ruffalo and Mike Nobrega can't tell bigger investors or talk about it. Everybody's held by that same standard of non-disclosure agreements and being restricted because of their access to material non-public information. That further applies to the 180 companies underneath AIP, part of the network. Any of those investors, advisors, board members, people that may want to invest that know information that's material and non-public, they can't buy. So this entire period of time, it's safe to say that the major potential players in Railtown on the buy side simply are not able to buy. So we're waiting. The press release on February 11th said that the company would enter into an LOI in the next several weeks. Well, that was months ago. And the company, you all are now up. It's not, we can't even, we've stopped buying as a group. I guess we're frozen because the stock is dead in the water. You'll start buying when it's $1 or it's $1.50 and the excitement comes back in. But right now there's 12,440,000 shares in our group, and I'm proud of you for that. But in essence, you all have stopped buying. You're really the only ones that can buy. or have access to information about the company. Canaccord Genuity is not able to talk to their investors, be they large whale type investors, the thundering herds of retail investors, the family offices, retirement accounts, institutional buyers. They are the exclusive financial advisor, at least as of that announcement. They can't talk about it. So we're in this period of time that there's no price discovery, and buyers who know, buyers who have cash, buyers who have a long time frame are out of the market. Those buyers are gone. Who is in the market? There's three kinds of short sellers. They're all scum nowadays in the stocks under $5, under $10. But there's the classification of shorts that work with hedge funds, work with groups like Lind Partners or Aubrey Advisors, and they have a scheme from the start to target a company and a CEO and shareholders and steal the entire market cap of a company. We, as a group, last saw this by the ill-advised decision-making made by Peter Board's CEO, who has a great reputation that is not deserved, but he's wealthy. He rode his friendship with Aubrey Advisors. He rode Collective Audience down to zero, but he gets paid. Logic, Brent's son, and the board. I think Brent fought on behalf of shareholders and caused quite a stir against the board. But these boards believe the attorneys, and the attorneys know where they get paid. And it's all cover your rear end and do this, that, file this, public announce that, and you can go on about your life. No one cares about shareholders on the long side. Nobody cares. So anyway, there's that group. They're not here. They're not here in Railtown. Why aren't they in Railtown? Well, I think two reasons. One, it's a Canadian company, and shorts destroy Canadian stocks. Make no mistake. But oddly, Canadian enforcement of securities rules are slightly better when you're dealing with Canadian companies. The Canadian criminals can do all their wrecking in the United States market. No one's going to stop them, the Toad and etc. No one stops them. It's come on in, steal trillions, pay no taxes, and we will bomb your enemies in the Middle East for you. You pay no taxes. You take money from the American taxpayer, and the American taxpayer will make sure that everyone in Israel has free healthcare and free education, and they will support you bombing 8 different countries all day long. Go at it, and we can't notice the pattern. And we won't notice it. We won't talk about it. And go at it. So that's that group of short sellers. The second group are the cowardly, opportunistic, hyena-like, scavenger-like day trading shorts. Now they know that the path of least resistance in all stocks on the over-the-counter markets run by Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell and most of the stocks on the NASDAQ market under $7 or $10 a market run by the ever-expanding rear end of Adina Friedman. The path of the where to make most money is down. Now, every now and then these stocks get a rush of new money, new blood, bringing money in. The stocks go up briefly, a little bit longer, because these criminals need something to steal. And having computerized non-existent funds and trading going back and forth gets the criminals nowhere. If they can pay people to come promote the stock and get you to start buying, and then you put money in 100 shares, 500 shares, 1,000 shares, 10,000 shares, $500, $1,000, $5,000 at a time, you can get those stocks up. And then the computers can fake some of it and maybe spread that excitement to other people that know nothing, day traders, momentum traders, people that come on here and say, hey, have you noticed this stock? And you buy it and they say it's going up, and then you sell and nobody goes broke taking a profit, and I sell and I never look back, and all those bumper stickers that flood your mind because you don't know what you're doing. Partly you don't know what you're doing because you don't sit in front of a computer all day long. I read somewhere to be good at something, you've got to do it 10,000 times, which probably explains why Laura Sanchez had such luck with Bezos. It probably explains the golf swing. But for you, and frankly for me, I don't know if I've traded or read charts or spent 10,000 hours. Maybe I've done it more than most people, but I'm not a day trader. Never have tried to be, ever. I can't stand it. Now, I've had clients do it. When I was at Merrill, I was the largest commodities client in, I don't think it was nationally, but I think it was the Eastern Seaboard region, but it might have been nationally for 2 or 3 years. Because I brought in some trading clients. I split the business with a commodities broker, a great guy. And I passed the test, but I didn't, he sat at the charts counting, and he'd show me what he'd do. And well, we're getting into this, and it counts down to here and counts up. And a lot of it is he's smoking his cigarette and impressing the sales assistant, who was wonderful, and pressing her, I guess, is what happened. That he did all that. He loved it. I never loved it. I can't stand it. I don't even know how to edit a video. I don't know. So I just don't enjoy that focus of time that it takes to be a trader. Others do. Others are very good at it, but you're not. You're not traders. So anyway, they get the stock price up, and then when you run out of buying power, they sell it down. Now, they, in the parlance of some old seasoned guys, they say they take the elevator up and the stairs down. They try to slowly come down the stairwell so they can gobble up as much of your money on the way down as possible. If it runs up and then it crashes without having shorted a large position of stock, they don't really benefit. They have to steal from you. You're the mark. You are the mark. So that's the day trading. Then there's this other classification that these tricksters have got you thinking is a real talent: swing trading. All that is holding your position overnight, or holding it over the weekend, or holding it for 2 weeks. It's still very short term. And there's those kind of scummy short sellers as well. They're proud of themselves. They use computers to do this because they don't get their fingernails dirty. And they're a real beauty. They're a real piece of work on our humanity. But it allows you to know there's still evil out there, and you're blessed if you haven't run into it before. So there may be a large group of these sort of swing intermediate term traders that do not have the benefit of a toxic financer sponsored by a hedge fund or sponsored by one of Stevie Cohen's many extensions, or somebody like that. But how'd they get that large position? Apparently, it's the initial established shorting position could be as much as 60 million shares in Railtown. How is that possible? It's because that same announcement on February 11th, 2025, that I keep referring to, it was announced across the news wires. These shorts use computers and algorithms. The algorithms read the headlines: MOU, weeks, acquisition, negotiation, and they start selling. Why? One, to destroy the trade, so that if they short it down as people are buying, excited about the merger, and they can disrupt the negotiations and make the acquired CEO regret agreeing to be bought because her percentage of the overall newco is being reduced by the stock price going down, and the value of her acquisition agreement is being destroyed by the criminals who add no value to the planet. None. That's one reason. The other reason they do it is if they can sell a bunch of stock they don't own and drive it down, when Canaccord Genuity or whoever's handling whatever stock comes to them and says, hey, we're going to raise $10 million so we can acquire this company. We're doing it in stock and cash. Are you interested in participating? Oh, hell yeah. Just by coincidence, we got $10 million sitting at the prime broker, ready to go, ready allocated to this. Let's cross it. We'll get paid. You'll get paid. Easier than having a road show, easier than being a real investment banker. Boom, all done. Warrants go around. Bonuses are paid. Kickbacks are paid. And guess what? Where did the 10 million come from? It came from your money. They shorted the stock down. By selling nothing. They sold nothing. And the money's sitting at the prime broker. They cross it. The stock comes in. Theoretically, they can cover their short position that way, but they may not. They may press their bet. And by participating in that deal, by selling it down, they almost always guarantee that the per share benefit of anything the CEO does has absolutely no impact on the per share upside. And I talked to the gentleman, I wish I hadn't talked about it so much, at Dolly Varden the other day. I bought 300,000 shares, and that was probably 15 years ago. I could have bought it was when I was considering buying Bitcoin, but anyway. The market cap of the company is now, just for simplicity, very similar, but there's been two reverse splits and the shorts destroyed it. So my 300,000 shares, which at the time, to my memory, translated into 120,000 ounces of silver, has been reduced. My 300,000 shares has been reduced to 7,500. And even though the market cap's still it's about 40% more shares out, but roughly the same. But because they raised money all that time, and they've done a great job. They have done an amazing job. It's now a $500 million company, and they've found a lot of silver. They've built out their infrastructure. They've acquired other assets. He's done a fantastic job. But now my share position reflects 2,400 ounces. So the destruction that happens by the shorts, that is allowed by your Congress, your government, by your wokeness voting, no one cares. No one cares. Oh, I'm going to vote for George W. Bush because he's cute. And then he puts in a criminal guy at the SEC. I don't know the answer. No one votes on these issues. No one. They vote on abortion. It's my body. I get to do what I want to. That's the vote. So our voting system does not address these kind of issues. And these guys come in and they've manipulated the system for decades. It started in real force in 1994. They convinced Bill Clinton to authorize the issuance to you whenever you buy a stock of a security entitlement. And then about 15 years later, they made the entire brokerage system electronic. And you can't get in and out of it without a high barrier, high costs. So everybody buys security entitlements. And that gives room for these guys to steal. And they steal on a massive scale. They know how to hide it. They know how to move it. They know how to collude and cheat. And then they'll come make fun of me. But anyway, what happened with Railtown is when they made that announcement on February 11th, the computers started selling, thinking that Railtown was going to do an offering via Canaccord Genuity. They may still do a small one, strategic one. I don't know. But they're not doing any big, bloody transaction. So, oops, that little strategy is not going to work this time for the criminals. They may have sold tens of millions of shares, but Canaccord's not coming out with a large equity financing that they are going to be the first phone call to, so they can cross cash sitting at the prime broker to get tens of millions of shares to cover their exposed rear ends. It's not happening this time. It happens all the other times, but whoopsie, it's not happening this time. And then secondly, the acquirer in this case is a very sophisticated. The acquiree, AIP Partners, to my eyeball anyway, is not a big acquisition. AIP Partners is just it's like an association, or it's like a league. You join it, and you pay some dues, but it's not worth that much. That little top of the company at AIP, you've got great people in it. You've got tremendous experience and brain power, money raising power, negotiating power. It's a real powerhouse of gentlemen involved who then can implement the consolidated software roll-up strategy. It's brilliant. But to acquire it, it's not a big deal to me. It doesn't, somebody out there told us that the revenues are around 2 million. Well, what do you pay for that? 20 million? Do you pay more? It's not in stock or in percentage of Newco. It's not overwhelming, and you don't need a lot of cash. So Canaccord is not, and Railtown is not in a position that they have to dilute the hell out of themselves to get this deal done. Oops. The other strategy of these shorts is not going to work here. So what is going to happen? What is going to happen? Finally, when the attorneys, the business minds, and the regulators, and all the votes, all the signatures, all the people involved, think anything you've ever done with people involved. You've gone to see the Mona Lisa. You've gone to see Taylor Swift. You've driven out of the city when the snow and sleet suddenly start coming down. You've gone to the airport to catch flights to get home for Thanksgiving. You've gone shopping for the newest, I don't know, the newest iPhone at the mall, or the newest roly-poly doll that all the children want, and you get at the shopping center. Think of all those times. Or you need to get gasoline, and there's only one gasoline station between here and the next town, and everybody's line. Just think of all those situations where there's dozens, if not hundreds of people making decisions, and just remind yourself how frustrating it is. You're one person, you know you need to go from here to there to get your job done, but then there's dozens of people making idiotic decisions, at least to you, as you're walking through or driving through, and it takes forever. All of that process, whatever it is, lawyers preening, regulators exercising power, decision makers maybe not wanting to rock the boat, or maybe they do, voters, proxies, maybe shareholder votes, maybe investor votes, board votes. All of this crap has to get lined up over the last months. It's taken a long time. It's taken a long time. But we're closer to being finished with all that than we are to starting it. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating. But guess what? Railtown's not going to issue a ton of stock to make this merger happen. Railtown doesn't have to raise money to make this merger happen. I doubt Canaccord's going to do a big financing, probably a token one to get paid. The shorts are going to be sitting there with this huge pool of cash and a bunch of undelivered, non-located, failure to deliver stock they can't cover. In a normal situation, they'd have time to move that around, play with you, threaten you, short it, hit the bid, scare you out. This time, they're not going to have any of that. They may have moved a bit. I mean, sometimes when you watch the trading such that we're allowed to see it, it looks like they're moving it from one LLC to another and hiding it. But they're not going to get much of that done. And I don't know if the entire 60 million is all this evil strategy or it's some sort of hedging or trading again, US stock versus Canadian stock. These guys can do it with computers at flash speeds. And I don't know why that's necessary in the over-the-counter markets. And they can pick up 0.00000000003 and do it over and over and over and over again, and they make money. They're not doing it here in Railtown. There isn't the volume right now. There may have made some. But Railtown is not going to help out the criminals and the shorts. There is not going to be a slew of stock issued below these prices. I don't think there's going to be a slew of stock issued ever. And I think any financings that they may do will be strategic. And I think it'll be, I don't know, I'm making it up, be it $2, $3, $5. And that's going to be very painful for the criminals. And so you're in a stock at Railtown that on the trading basis, and these guys don't know anything about the stock, by the way. They do hundreds of these, thousands of these. They don't give a crap about the details of the story any more than Ham does. It's all about trading and recognizing patterns. And there's a skill there, maybe. I doubt they have any skills. They just cheat. They just cheat. And you may have seen that some of their river of money that they've spent on attorneys has helped slow this process down imperceptibly in ways we don't understand. Maybe a powerful white-shoed law firm has called the regulators and said, this is bothering me. This, and then the regulators say, oh, okay, well, let me go back. We're going to reject this, and we're going to tell them to change it. And it just stretches out time, because time can buy a solution for the criminals. One would be the deal breaks apart. The other would be that AI 2.0 is not hot. Another would be the markets crash. Another would be we go to war. Another would be that I don't know. I can't make up something. Another deep seek comes along. Time works to the advantage of the criminals. But I think that gamemanship on their part, number one, I don't think it's really been effective here. They have been able to take the stock from around 69 cents down to, I don't know, 43 cents, call it 25 cents on a 70-cent stock. That's a big percentage drop, and it's been reasonable volume, and some of those guys may have made money. And remember, they're not using their own money. They're leveraged up. They lie and they tell they have stock they don't. So it's tremendous rates of return and performance to them. And that's what they're in it for. But what I think you're seeing with Railtown MN right now, it's bidding 42.61. So they want you to believe that it's going down. I mean, it's down from that high. Nothing goes straight up. We all know that. But it's frustrating. What's happened from that high? Most of us made our commitment. We're not allowed to use cash that doesn't exist. We have to use cash that exists. So we have a disadvantage. We have to follow the rules. It's not marginable, so we can't double up. And most of us are looking at it, oh God, I paid I paid 55 and now it's 43. I'm not buying anymore because the bumper sticker guys, they say, well, have a stop limit and then never average down. It's all bullshit advice so they can make money. So we're not buying anymore. I already told you all the knowledgeable, wealthy buyers cannot buy. So there's no buying. It's a complete vacuum of buying for the last 2 months. Luckily, I think I warned you about August, and I think it was last week, it might have been the week before. I warned you that I thought it would be October now. And luckily, I think our tension levels went down because we know we have to wait till October. I don't know how far into October. Could it be any minute? Sure. But my guess is attorneys look at that big weekend coming up, and it won't be this week, it'll be next week. And then they may look at the next weekend. It's a 3-day weekend in the United States. They may look at that and say, hey, there's an opportunity for overtime. I don't know. So I'd say it's next week. It's possible it'll be the following week. But I if I had to guess, they gotta, you know, get their duty dropped and get off the pot pretty soon. You know, this space is hotting up, as they say in the UK, and you gotta get into the action. So if I had to pick, I don't even know the dates next week, and my calendar's over there. Whatever that is. What's Tuesday of next week? Let me look up the date. October 7th. If I had to pick a date, I'd say October 7th. It's possible because of Columbus Day in the United States. I don't think they have Columbus Day in Canada. It's possible. I'll pick 2 dates. I'll give 80% odds that it's October 7th. I'll give 70% odds it's October 15th. And I'm not going to go past that. I think we're going to be finished by October 15th. I'm not going to even think of an alternative. I think this will all be finished by October 15th. It could be any day, any hour. Tomorrow's October 1. If we make it through tomorrow without being stressed out, I think all you have to do is wait 7 days. I think it'll happen October 7th, not the Monday. I don't think it'll happen before the weekend because that's juicy for attorneys. I think if we had a pool, I'd put the money on October 7th. So I think you're going to start to see next week, Tuesday of next week, you're going to start to see pain. My prediction, pain for the criminals. They're not going to be able to play their tricks. And they're going to have to take some losses. It won't put them out of business. But they're going to lose a lot of money in Railtown. Without an opportunity to scare you, without an opportunity, as you know, like GME, it ran up to 85, and then they were able to drive it back down. They're selling all the way up because they're disciplined, they're professional, they have a strategy, they implement it over and over. They are rescued by the regulators, they're rescued by the attorneys, they're even rescued by hedge funds. It's a cabal, it's a group of men doing this. Anyway, MM. I think the fact that Railtown, the volume for Railtown today is 17,000 shares, mostly fake. It's too bad you guys aren't buying more. I think you're gonna regret it, but it's okay. I'm proud of you that you bought 12 million shares. Now's the time to buy. You could have had all the silver you wanted at $25 or even lower. And then when it runs, what about silver? What about silver? That'll come to Railtown. That'll come to Railtown. And it's you guys that'll deserve the credit for it. We're at 42.61 to 44.4, 16,074. 600 shares have traded on the bid, of course, at 42.69. So, I would say that the lack of volume is excellent, because if the deal were falling apart, it'd be a lot of volume and the stock would be 15 cents. So that's a positive. Secondly, the criminals are unable to transact large blocks of non-existent shares because they just be jerking each other off. And there's no real player there. There's no real hedge fund behind it. So I take that as good news. And you won't know the third point, but the fact there's low volume, you won't know this until the news comes out and the buyers are able to come in. The only stock available for sale is your stock. The only stock available sale is yours. The insiders, they're not going to sell. The institutions that own Railtown are not going to sell. The big whales and all that, they're not going to sell. There's no day traders here. The shorts are not going to find anyone to sell. They're going to come after you. The charm boys are going to come to you with the new MTEN or the new QMM or they're going to come to you with things to distract you because you're going to be wealthy. Collectively, 12 million shares at, not right away. Again, my target is May 5th, double nickels by 5.5. $55, we're going to have $500 million collectively. And they're going to come after it with every idea to try to get you to sell. But I think as you see the news, as you see research reports, as other people other than me start talking about Railtown, you're not going to want to sell the stock. And the shorts are going to be like that guy at the restaurant scene with Dirty Harry. You didn't read your fortune cookie, huh? It says you're shit out of luck. And that's what the shorts are going to be. They're going to be in a lot of trouble. So I think, yes, low volume means the deal's going through. To me, low volume means that the criminals have no room to rescue themselves. And low volume means when the buying comes in, up, and away. That's what it all means to me. So I think it's great news. Fingers up slightly at 157.35. G-Bucks is down half a penny at 32.5 cents. QIM is halted. QIM is halted. Mountain is down 180 at 440, and Railtown remains in the red. If we had any buying interest, but we don't have. We're tapped out. In Canada, I can't get it on my service, so let me go to Yahoo. In Canada, the stock's down 2 cents at 60 cents. I don't know why no one can buy it in Canada either. The volume is 54,000 shares. Everybody's just waiting for news because people, I don't know, we're herd animals. We're like sheep or cattle. Or zebras. We just can't act on our own. It's weird. But that, if there's ever a time financially to act on your own, you should be buying Railtown right now. Railtown is going to give you 15x once the buying comes in. I don't know if it'll be in an hour. I don't know if it'll be in a day. I don't know if it'll be in a week, but it'll almost certainly within 1 month be $7, $8 a share in my projection. Anyway, let me go on with Buongiorno, Guillermo. Buongiorno, Guillermo. Hey, Jim, how are you? YouTube user says hello. Julie Kim says Taco Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Somebody whose name I cannot, Bama Lake. Any idea what may happen with MMTLP? I think it's already happened. And I think, I hate the example, but you may not have heard it endlessly. All the pompous pontificators always talk about it. But when the founding founders, the founding framers of our Constitution and our system of government created it, I think it was George it could have been Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, maybe it was Thomas Jefferson. It was one of those guys that wears wigs. They said that the Senate, in the House, you have turnover, and it's every 2 years, and that's where the people's passions can be. But in the Senate, we're going to have 6-year terms, and they're going to be overlapping. And I'm not even convinced that initially those weren't appointed seats. That my memory doesn't. But anyway, the whole idea, it's like a hot cup of coffee. The House is the hot cup of coffee, but the Senate is the saucer. And you put the spoon in, you put it on the saucer, it cools all the passions. It's the way of slowing down all the passions of the hoi polloi. And I think that's what happened with MMTLP. The criminals started by stealing the entire market cap of Torchlight, which was an oil and gas company with a tremendous theory and a tremendous acreage position and huge upside in an industry that with technologies and seismic and etc. that is working elsewhere in Texas and in the United States. But the criminals decided that they needed the money rather than the United States needing the oil and the gas and you getting the profit. So they stole it. Now they pay the attorneys, they have Stevie Cohen, Ken Griffin, and people like that on their side. They own Ann Wagner. Chucky Cromwell couldn't capture a mouse if it were sitting in a glass aquarium with a top on top of it and no water and no other items inside the aquarium. He couldn't, he's impossible to get anything done. So anyway, they destroyed Torchlight Minerals. Torchlight decided to sell its shell to get something for shareholders to a great company, MMAT, who had a tremendous breakthrough nanotechnology and other technologies, such as a filament or a fiber that protected batteries from exploding in EV cars. I mean, it's tremendous. But again, the criminals said, we don't need those technologies. Let them go to China. Let's steal that money. And so they doubled and tripled up on selling MMAT short. Well, part of that deal, they created the stub asset, which was, I got to try to remember it, MMTLP, Metamaterials Torchlight Limited Partners, maybe. They created that as a non-trading vehicle, which all shareholders received, and it was meant to stay private. And Torchlight intended to go on with its development, albeit more slowly. And what did the criminals do? They lied, cheated, and stole, committed fraud, and they got MMTLP to trade. That stock went from nothing to $12. It became the next thing that got everyone sucked in. And just at the moment that you thought it was going to work, they got the blonde over at FINRA, Jessica Hopper, to find an obscure ruling, and they stopped trading. For her work, she's been promoted to a plum job, I think, at AG Edwards. It might be a different firm, but something. So she was well rewarded for her corrupt hand in the play. And the amount of money bought people like Double D and his whole crew to get you to sit on your hands and not move your stock over and help out what became NextBridge. So Congress never was able to see the reality of the problem. All that moved over was about 30-40%, and the rest, well, you don't know what it is. The system works. It's just a bunch of meme traders. And it worked. And so the money went to congressmen, and it went to dinners, it went to professors, it went to journalists, it went to Gasparino, and it suppressed it. And then money went to attorneys, and the shorts actually went after the CEOs of the two companies rather than, so the SEC filed on the longs and the CEOs rather than the criminals. People walked the halls of Congress. People met with others. They did their work, their phone calls, their letters. And what happened as time went by. So what do I think is going to happen with MMTLP? I used to think early on, because I still believed that like you do still believe, that the systems in place would have to reconcile this and would have to buy in. They were trapped and they'd have to be bought in. In that context, if that happened right away, if you guys had moved 100% of your stock over to NextBridge early on, and therefore NextBridge could have raised money in size, the value of NextBridge shares could have gone up dramatically. And there's some assumptions there, There might have been a moving part that would have screwed it all up. But in theory, NextBridge might have gone to $10, might have gone to $30 a share in value. Because oil and gas is the only business I know of where you can create wealth by hitting something a mile in the ground that volumetrically changes everything overnight. And anyway, that could go to $30. Then Bama Lake, when our side went into court and said, this is worth $30, you could prove it. But we can't do that anymore. There's no way we can win in court, in my opinion. If we go in, we're going to say, if the money had been there, if they'd been able to drill, if, then our shares would be worth a lot. The judge is going to say, so that's just all speculation. What actually happened? And then she's going to, the attorneys are going to say, well, there should have been a short squeeze. We're entitled to a short squeeze. The message, the drivel that Double D's told you all along. No, no one's entitled to a short squeeze. And no judge. She's going to say, hey, wait a minute. We're talking about what you lost. I don't want to hear fantasies about what you could have made speculating. So that's not going to happen. So when they come down to a settlement, Bama Lake, I think the attorneys are all going to get together, and they're all well paid, all of them. They're going to get together, and they're going to want to settle, so they do get paid. The settlement will be enough to get the attorneys paid and other hard costs paid. And that's about it. Why? One, they're not going to give anything for a short squeeze. Two, when they look at it now that it's 4 years later, what is those shares that MMTLP shareholders could get in NextBridge? What are they worth? Right now, they're going to say they're not worth anything. They're driving that to bankruptcy. Remember, the criminals threatened people, threatened the very lives of people at the university lands and elsewhere. They're going to say they don't even have the acreage they had. So it's not worth anything, Your Honor. Your offer? I don't see anything coming. The final argument the bad guys are going to make is, whoever the class action, whoever it is, that shareholder and the other shareholders could have transferred their shares to NextBridge. They didn't do it. It says right here on page 3 of the FINRA fact sheet that it's on the shareholder, not the brokerage firm. Exact opposite of what Double D misled you with. It's on the shareholder to request the transfer. It's not automatic. And there's plenty of room, Your Honor. We have 100 million shares available. So what's the harm? So I don't think there's going to be anything. Zero, zip, nada. Now, the only caveat to what I'm saying, Bama Lake, is fraud. If they can prove that FINRA participated in shorting the stock as they entered in these rule changes and rulings, that might be very fruitful. If it's one or two of these brokerage firms like Trading Station and they can prove there was fraudulent behavior, you've opened up a whole different can of worms. But that's not a settlement. That'll be fraud. That'll be whatever the statutes say on fraud, and it'll go through the court system. It'll probably settle at some point in the future, but they won't get that done any more quickly than they did the cigarette litigation, the asbestos litigation, the rapid windshield wiper theft lawsuit. It'll be 2 or 3 decades from now. So I think you have to write off MMTLP. My action, which I recommend to you, is to move your MMTLP to NextBridge. NextBridge has made forward movement on other projects beyond what they're trying to destroy and tie up. The criminals are. I think what's coming in oil and gas, Bama Lake, I think oil is going to, unless we go to war, and make no mistake about it, war's on the table. But if we don't go to war, I think oil feels like it's going lower. To make it painful, WTI might go to $30, might go to $25, just to make it painful and confuse everybody. Well, Greg McCabe's been in the business at least 45, 50 years. I think he started very young. And he was wealthy. I assume he still is, but he's got all these contacts. And the odd thing about lower prices in the oil patch is the solution to that investment problem of low prices is low prices. Deals become available. Opportunities become available. Phone calls start coming. Hey, Greg, do you want to participate in this? Apache had to drop out because they're stretched. They're having problems with their financing in Egypt, and we need a partner for 10 million. Things will come. So I think the opportunity, Bama Lake, for you to get your money back through that investment is to own NextBridge. I think it's going to be tough. NextBridge has to fight off the criminals. They may have to fight off bankruptcy. They may or may not get back any of the Oro Grande. On the other hand, they made the mistake of showing data in the data room. So the criminals have a lot of money to go take that, maybe, or maybe not. Maybe they'll get the honeypot, the sweet spot of it. But I think the team and the brain and the integrity, because I think Greg McCabe has shown that he's putting his own money and his own efforts and his own projects into NextBridge on behalf of himself, of course, but also on behalf of shareholders. He's not moving chips to his side of the table at the expense of shareholders. He's working with shareholders. So how do you make your money back? Well, if you move your shares to NextBridge against Double D's advice, the idiot, or the corrupt paid off, I heard he's paid off, but I don't know it. Nobody can know it. If you move them over, I think it's entirely possible that over the next cycle, I'm not talking 6 months, I'm not talking 18 months, I may not even be talking 3 years, but over the next 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years, the cycle in the United States of America, whether we go to war or not, whether the dollar is strong or not, whether or not there's immigration, whether or not there's abortion, whether or not there's the Ukraine survives, whether or not anything, the demand for oil is going to go through the roof. The supply of oil has not been located. And I think the shares of NextBridge can easily go to 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, and maybe over that time frame get to $100. But it's a long time frame. I'm talking a decade. But hey, what are you going to do? You're going to live that decade anyway. Might as well move the shares over. I think you got to check with your accountants, but I think you can write off your investment and take a tax loss. You establish a new cost basis and a new time frame, but I think you can do that. And that's what you got to do. You got to be your own. You can't be a victim. There's nothing going to come from Congress. Nothing going to come from the courts, except the lawyers will make money, and nothing is going to come from the regulators. So that's how I see that. To me, and one of the reasons I've focused solely on Railtown for the last 4 months, I think it is, if you have some assets in the junk stock area, the high risk area, or just some cash that you set aside so that you can buy Railtown, you know, 100 shares of Railtown's not going to do it. I mean, 1,000 shares of Railtown, believe it or not, even 1,000 shares of Railtown, if I'm right, by May or June next year, could put 50 grand in your account. I don't know how much. In my case, for MMTLP, if I'm right, 1,000 shares of Railtown brings me whole on my entire, 40 some grand investment in MMTLP. That's how I'm looking at it. And then I just write that off. It's not worth. The criminals will destroy your life. Let them have it. They stole that. Good on them. Good on them. The way you get out of it and stop being a victim, 1, move your shares to NextBridge. 2, buy Railtown. Buy Railtown today. I don't know how much you lost in MMTLP. You lost a lot of time, I know. A lot of heartache. It's very stressful, and even worse, if you can afford to buy 10,000 shares of Railtown, costs you $4 grand right now. 10,000 shares today costs you $4,400. If I'm right, and I think I am, I wouldn't be saying it otherwise, but there's no guarantee that I'm correct. I think by May 5th, and that's gimmicky, that's 5/5. Maybe it's June, maybe it's August. But I think by 5/5 next year, the stock will be $55. Nickels, double nickels. Your account will be $250,000 and you're made whole. And I'll tell you, Bama Lake, doing this day after day after day and not sleeping at night, getting shit from the shorts, getting ridiculed, losing my cool, screwing up, saying things I regret, getting caught in homeroom travesties, as they say up in Canada. It's all on one facet of it. It's a nightmare, but I keep doing it because Bama Lake, I did walk those halls. I did spend time with people. I do see the pain and the confusion and the disappointment that Congress sucks, that the regulators suck, that professors suck, that journalism sucks, that the entire banking system is set up for about 24 guys who don't give a crap. You see the pain in people's eyes. The only way out, to me, right now, there'll be other opportunities, but right now, the rope to grab is Railtown. Now, I've talked about silver for the last 2.5, 3 years, and gold, of course, but silver is by far the best place to be. I think also if you put enough money in silver, silver can rescue you from this crap if you don't want to do Railtown. But in my mind, Railtown gives you 10 or 15x by Thanksgiving or sooner, by Halloween maybe. And then I think it gives you another 10 or 15x by May or June or September or next December. Those are just huge returns. But as your account gets back to having some life in it, I'm going to be talking about, hey, let's put a little over on the silver side. Unless silver's already run, then we just missed it. But I think you got to stop. I'm not telling you to stop listening to the MMTLP calls. I'm not telling you not to participate it. I'm not telling you to not try to make that route happen. But it ain't. And I would suggest to you, Bama Lake, that when 12 million shares of Railtown is worth $500 million or more, we collectively, we can hire a lobbying firm. We can hire a team to campaign. We can even take out advertising. We can even have professionals go into Congress, go into the Senate, because we'll have the money. We won't be victims anymore. We'll have power. What is power in this world, in Washington, D.C.? Unless you're AIPAC, it's money. AIPAC, you get the Congress to send you money to Israel, and then they send it back. It's wonderful. It's like the Ukraine. That little dictator is worth $1.5 billion offshore as he's murdering his people. I mean, that's got to be a eternity that's got to be a hellish eternity facing him. But, that's for others to decide. Anyway, that's my long ramble on MMTLP. No settlement, no solution. Your choice. Do you want to remain a victim or do you want to act? Move your shares to Nextbridge. Buy Railtown. If you don't want to buy Railtown, buy silver. Maybe buy Railtown and look forward to buying silver later on. And then we'll have other stocks. We'll get away from these junk stocks. We'll have other stocks that'll give you rates of return. But you got to get out of the ditch. How do you get out of the ditch? Railtown. And you stop listening to the charm boys. Waiting doesn't bother me. Let's go Railtown. That's right, Julius Quam. I agree with you. Oh, here comes the intelligent questions. Why is Railtown down so much from 60 cents? Why is Railtown up so much from 15 cents? Railtown is up because two guys got together approximately 5 years ago, Marwan Haddad and Corey Brandolini. They were skiing or something like that. And they both had done a lot of software development in their lifetimes. And by doing it, I mean leading teams, building companies. In fact, Corey Brandolini built, it to my memory, you can look on the website, built 2 software companies, which he then sold to big companies. And one of the companies you'd recognize is Microsoft. He built a software solutions company and sold it to Microsoft. Very successful. These guys are older. They're not as old as I am, but they have wealth, they have success, and they have performance. And they've done investment banking, so they understand the tricks of the shorts. So they got together, you know, I don't know, 6 years ago, and they had an idea. One had an idea, the other said, let's do it. The idea was, do you remember, the one guy said to the other, when we would sit in our big rooms as we're working on software, and all of a sudden the siren would go on and the alarm bells, and everybody in the room, everybody in the company, everybody out connected by cell phones, it was all hands on deck because we had a data leak, we had a security breach, we had a software failure, we had a bug that threatened to take the whole system down. Do you remember those days? And the other guy said, yeah. And the first guy said, well, you know what? Why don't we create the solution to that? And there's so many facets of it, but in essence, let's create the solution to that using AI, an AI tool. Now, the computational power that exists today, we're too early. But let's create a tool that is ready to go when the data centers, when the chips are big enough such that what Jim Altucher calls AI 2.0. I haven't heard anybody else call it that. James Altucher. But when that 2.0 comes ready, in other words, giant chips from NVIDIA, enormous data centers for memory and processing power, and in the case of Canada, energy and water and cold weather to keep those data center costs low and the temperatures cool. So why don't we build that tool? They don't call it software for some reason. Why don't we build that tool early? Let's put our teams back together. I'll put in money, you put in money, we'll raise some seed money, angel round, friends and family, and let's build it early. They called that tool Conductor. Now they have rail tracks, lang tracks, shredder, and then they built this other thing that's like some sort of developer screen that puts it all on a console for every developer. So they have 5 products, but the number 1 product is Conductor, maybe lang tracks, but anyway, it's Conductor. So 7 days in May, they did it. Railtown did it. They built that product. It's first to market. It's the best. And as far as I know, it's the only AI tool that does what they say it does. And it's met with huge acceptance when they talk about it. And it has a place in every company whose software developers are upgrading the legacy software, fixing it, improving it, and replacing it to bring it current with this AI 2.0 software. 7 days in May. That's going to be a spend. There's so many different numbers out there, trillions, billions, but the number from third party quoted by Corey Brandolini in presentations a year and a half ago is that spend is going to be $305 billion, we'll call it $300 billion a year spent by companies in North America and worldwide. $300 billion spent each and every year to upgrade software, not because they have a choice. If they want to remain competitive, at least that's the thought process worldwide now, they all have to bring it up to the AI 2.0 standard. It's going to be spent. And he points out that $300 billion is not a loss. It does not diminish the company's financial standing because, in fact, at least so far, it's projected that spending will lead to improved revenues and improved earnings and improved cash flows for every company that spends on improving their legacy software, bringing it into the AI 2.0 era. They'll actually, it'll be accretive in all financial measures. So they did it. And Railtown went public in, I think they bought a company, but anyway, they're public in Canada, and they started trading in the United States with a goal of coming down here to raise money. I'm sure they didn't realize. I wrote a blurb to them. I don't know if they read my blurb, but they thought they could come down to the United States to raise money, and they're off to the races. The United States, the entire over-the-counter market and most of the NASDAQ market is set up for about 24 to maybe 5 dozen men in Canada, in the United States, in New York City, down in Florida, maybe in Germany, maybe in Panama. But it's set up for just a few men to steal the entire market cap, steal trillions. And that's just the way it is. Well, they set up trading in the over-the-counter markets, and it turned out that their timing was perfect. They got the conductor product ready to go. They've gone through the iterations, the testing iterations, battle tested. They're in the commercial phase. They went out to start getting customers, and they have them. They've announced 4 different deals this year. 4. So they're in the commercial process of turning conductor into a gigantic cash flowing, revenue creating software. They don't use that word anymore. Tool. So that met, just, I guess, because they planned it, but that has met with data centers, NVIDIA Blackwell chip, other chips, and energy, and the entire government of Canada, all governments, all institutions, making it a national commitment that Canada, much like they're trying to do in the Middle East, that Canada isn't just oil and gas and uranium and lumber and baby seals. It is AI at the forefront of the world's race to data processing and computational power. Canada wants to be in first place or with among the top countries. So Conductor's ready to go, just as everyone from Morgan Stanley to Fidelity and funds and Andreessen and Elon Musk and everybody is getting into the next phase of AI, not the Chat GPT, the AI that allows taxis to drive without a driver, for example, with Elon Musk. That data processing, they call it compute power, has exploded in the last 2 years. And Wall Street is raising trillions of dollars to put into funds, into venture capital firms, into deals in the AI 2.0 space. The big boys and girls, the Microsofts, the NVIDIAs, the SoftBanks, the maybe Apple's going to join in, the AMDs, the Microsofts, they're acquiring these AI 2.0 companies at 50, 75, 100, 150, 200 times projected revenues. Trillions of dollars are going into what James Altucher calls AI 2.0. And he says that AI 2.0 is a technological revolution that's going to create wealth on a scale that we haven't seen in 150 years, which I think he must be talking about the railroads, but I don't know what he's talking about. I didn't listen to all of his, I listened quite a bit over and over again, but I never can make it all the way through. It's such a sales pitch. So that's why Railtown's up from 10 or 15 cents. That's why it went to 69 cents. And now it's pulled back. Railtown, the final piece of the story is Railtown in November, they're out selling their wares. They met John Ruffalo, Mike Nobrega, and Dr. Tom Core of AI Partnership Corporation, AIP. AIP were those groups. They were Omers, they were now Mavericks, but they were the original investors behind Constellation Software, which went from $25 million investment to $100 billion. And it took a couple of decades, but most of it happened in the last 13 or so years. And the whole strategy was rolling up vertical, maybe tired, but smaller software companies, cash flowing, leaving the management in place, and then increasing the revenues and cash flows at Constellation Software. They've been so successful that Constellation Software probably has done at least as well, or if not better, than Warren Buffett over that time frame. So these guys got together and said, you know, why don't we put together a partnership? We'll collect the best of the AI companies in Canada mainly, but North America, and we'll put it in a league. We'll create an AI product where they can all trade on that platform their contacts, their products. They can cross-sell. What the whole purpose of AIP will be able to help each of the companies improve their revenues and their penetration into their various markets. And what we will do is we'll follow the same model as CSU, and we'll start rolling up. We'll start acquiring into the AIP the best of those companies, bringing the best revenue producing companies and growth stories up into the parent company. And we will build at first a miniature Constellation software, but over time, this could be huge. So they got together to set up AIP. And in November at one of these conferences, Railtown met AIP partners and they joined. Well, what's amazing 7 days in May is that John Ruffalo, Dr. Tom Core, Mike Norbrega, and others, a guy from IBM, for example, they had accumulated 165 companies in their network. It's now 180. And they had not met a single company, as far as I know, that they made this offer to until Railtown. Until Conductor. They said, why don't you buy us? And they announced that Conductor has broad application throughout their network, and that allows them to offer something to their network. And when they negotiate with their network, if the companies are combined, AIP and Railtown, it puts them in a stronger position to roll up those companies. So on February 11th, 2025, the two companies entered into a memorandum of understanding, which said that they would go to the letter of intent in the next few weeks. That caused a run up in the stock in the excitement of the obvious gigantic upside. The companies 7 days in May in AIP, not AIP itself, the underlying companies do over 400 million in revenue. I mean, I took just one of the sections of the companies. You can do it yourself. You can go to the website. I looked up 20 of the companies and I Googled their revenue. I didn't get it for all of them, but these were in the section under finance. And I came up with 160 million in revenues. Is it accurate? I don't know. It's not audited. I just Googled. Maybe there's some mistakes, but that was just 20 companies out of 180. You can go do that process yourself. There's real revenue in those underlying companies. So it's an exciting story. But what happened 7 days in May is that once they signed the MOUs, the buying of the stock by people that knew what was happening, that had the money and the staying power and the desire to own 1%, 2%, 5%, 10% of Railtown ceased. No more buying. No more buying. Not because there's something wrong, but because they can go to jail. You cannot trade on material inside information. Think of Martha Stewart. Comey. So the buying's gone. And then the news announcement on February 11th, 2025 went out to all the computers of the shorting and day traders. And because there's no regulation, there's no enforcement of securities laws, there's no protection against what the criminals do, and because Cromwell and Friedman do not care, The criminals know that as soon as there's an announcement of an MOU, there's an announcement of an acquisition, there's an announcement that there's Canaccord Genuity is the exclusive banker. They know they have an opportunity. If we just start selling the shares downward, we can accomplish two things. We can put cash in our account for free because we're selling stock we don't own. We're breaking laws, but remember, we get out of jail free pass to do so. We create a big pool of money out of thin air as everyone else is excited to buy. But we also put the very merger at risk. And you can think of Logic, you can think of MULN, you can think of GTII, CRTD. I mean, there's better examples. But the acquiring company makes an offer to the acquired company of X amount of shares. Fine, done. Well, if you can destroy the price of the stock, the acquired company says, wait a minute, this is a shitty deal. We need more stock or we need cash. So on a per share basis, the good news from the acquisition becomes ever increasingly meaningless on a per share basis. So the shorts, whose computers started automatically selling, drive it down and it becomes self-fulfilling. They can cover if the deal breaks apart at much lower prices, and they go home, they make fun of everybody. The other thing they try to do is put that money at the prime broker, sell it into existence. And if the two parties are still adamant about getting the deal done, well, the acquiring company has to issue so much more stock that by the time Canaccord calls these guys, hey, do you want to participate? The per share benefit is de minimis, and they're able to use the cash they took out of the markets for free. They're able to use that cash instead of paying the price at 69 cents. Maybe everybody's got it down with the offering down to 15 cents. So they make money constantly. It is a winning criminal enterprise. It's done on an industrial scale, and it is entirely approved by the SEC, by your government, by your brokerage firms, by Stevie Cohen, by Ken Griffin, and that kind of person, and then all the offshore. It is entirely supported by the powers that be. So that's why the stock prices come down, because it's always worked in the past. Is it possible that the attorneys have delayed the regulatory process? Is it possible that the attorneys have tried to screw up the agreements to delay it? Is it possible they've made threats to people anywhere involved? Yes, all of that's possible. So 7 days in May, the weeks that it was going to take has now turned into 7 months. And the retail buying, it'll be 8 months next week. The retail buying only has a certain amount of money. The selling goes on and on and on and on and on and on forever. So that's why the price comes down. People see the stock down, they're not buying. It's the only market in the world where when things are on a discounted price, people put their wallet in their pocket. They don't buy more. Once the stock goes to $1, $1.50, everybody will start buying. It's just a human nature. But that's why the price is pulled back. There's been shorting. There's been selling of shares that do not exist. There's been creating stock out of thin air, probably in the range of 80 to 90%. And that's what Tom Ronk's numbers show sometimes anyway, on some days, many days. And that's why the stock, you've got counterfeit selling with no buying, and the stock pulled back from 60 some cents down to 40 some cents. That's what's happening because we're all waiting. Everybody's waiting for news. Is there some interference with the process by the attorneys? It's very possible. Very possible. It's a lot of money that the criminals have sluicing through the brokerage firms and law firms, and then they bribe Congress and others and give kickbacks to others. So it's a massive industry. It's criminal, but it's massive. It's probably bigger than U.S. Steel. And it's certainly going to be bigger than GM by the time this woman gets finished with GM. So that's why it's down. And I think it gives people an opportunity to buy the stock because we know that Railtown has revenues. We don't know how much. It may not be much yet, but they've already announced 4 revenue deals without giving us the revenue because they're not allowed to put that information out there right now. And they may not know it. But Conductor is right in the AIP space. There's 5,000 customers. Conductor is going to generate revenues. Question is how much, how quickly? The AIP group already has 400 million. So the question is how many companies are going to be rolled up, how quickly? So 7 days in May, I think if you assume Railtown can grow to 50 million in revenue going forward, the projections of 50 million in revenue for 2026. And AIP, they can roll up 100 million in revenue. 1 quarter net to the combined company of the 400 million. You could see 150 million in 2026 projected revenue. You could see that within the next 90 days. And current multiples, particularly if there's growth, particularly if it's in the software development area for these agentic tools, current multiples are as high as 205x times forward annual recurring revenue. So if we take 150 million for 2026, it could be more than that, a lot more. 150 million in revenue, and let's not use 205x. Let's not use 175x. Let's not use 150x. Let's not use 125x. Let's not use 100x. Let's not use 75x. Let's not use 50x. Why don't we just use 25x, which is low ass multiple. At 25x, you have a 3,750,000,000 market cap. If you assume, I don't know, 175 million shares, that Yahoo says 144 million right now. These are numbers that we have to learn. You have a $21 stock. You have a $20 stock as soon as December, 7 days in May. It's 21.42, that arithmetic. If you divide it by 44 cents right now, that's a 49x in the price of the stock from here. So a lot of retail And a lot of people are saying, why is it down from 60 cents? They're missing the point. The fact that the stock is 44 cents sets up the opportunity for essentially a 50x return on one's investment if the stock goes to $22 a share by the end of the year, which is eminently possible. I just gave you the numbers. So you're asking the question because you want to be negative, maybe, or you're trying to create FUD, or you're legitimately worried. It's the wrong question. The question should be, why do I get the opportunity to buy into a stock at seed round multiples, at pre-money multiples? Why am I still able to buy into Railtown at prices equivalent to what some early investors paid? Why do I get this chance? You get the chance because there are no buyers and all the sellers are fake. And you're able to buy it at 44 cents, and it could be $25 by the end of the year. And you're sitting, you're not buying because you had bad experiences in GTII, bad experiences in Finger, bad experiences in Logic, bad experiences in CRTD, bad experiences MULN, bad experiences in fill out the list. So your brain works by saying, well, it's got to be bad here. It's not bad here. It's not bad here. You can pay, right today, you can pay 44 cents for a stock that I think will be worth $55 on May 5th next year. So you can get 125 multiple on your investment without a squeeze. Without a squeeze. So you're asking the wrong question. I think your question is, why am I not buying the stock down from 60 cents? Why am I not recognizing such a hell of a bargain? Why am I not buying all the shares I can at 44 cents? Why aren't I leaping on this chance with both fists? I know something. Why am I not acting? That's the question you should be asking 7 days in May. 7 days in May. My investment in GTII and Logic are stuck. GTII is worthless. Logic is worthless. They're not stuck. They're worth zero. You lost everything. I lost everything. So, okay, let's go on. I bought them based on your strong recommendations every single day for weeks and months in all your videos. Will I be able to recover? Number one, I never recommended GTII, ever, ever. I showed it to some friends when it was below $1. But when I came live on GTII, what I did do, I don't know, is it 4 years ago? Is I bought into what I was, I'm not blaming anybody, but what I was told goes on is that the system has to buy back shares with these gigantic short positions. I don't want to go through the whole GTII story. If you want to go listen to others like Richard Hoffman, you can hear it in live now. But I did discuss it all along. I did warn people to get out of GTII, but I was a little, I believed that people were hearing me and they weren't. They didn't hear it the right way. And so with Railtown, since June 4th, it's the only thing I talk about because I want it very clear what I'm talking about. I don't want any distractions. But I did talk about how in a squeeze you could get in charts if it behaved the same way these other 20 squeezes, 25 squeezes that I studied, you could get these huge numbers. But, and when the stock went to $9, 9.87, I didn't sell because I believed that it was in the middle of a short squeeze. To my vision, the powers that be on the criminal side paid Frank Benedetto, paid Gus Fliakos, the CEO of COSM, and may or may not have seduced Lou Bravo, but they got these three guys to come into the spaces and say, sell GTII, buy COSM. COSM took $35 million for a company with contracts, a Greek-based company. Took $35 million out of the market and stopped all the squeeze going on. I think GTII may have been in the middle of the squeeze. Now, Cindy Lou Who says, oh, you're blaming Lou. I'm a dead man. I'm not. I'm saying that the system has mechanisms and strategies to stop, to put a pin in the bubble of a squeeze immediately. They know how to stop anything. If it hadn't been those three guys, if it hadn't been COSM, it would have been something else. So I look back now, and I should have sold GTII. But I believed what Ham was saying, and specifically, that a squeeze would occur. I know the company was trying every mechanism to cause the system to squeeze and to cause the regulators to act. It didn't work. So it was a learning process. But now that time has gone by, now that attorneys have gotten involved, now that the short position apparently went to Alpine, and then Alpine hired attorneys in Florida to argue that FINRA shouldn't even exist. And then when they were about to lose, they moved it to Washington, D.C. And then they hired a receiver that may or may, from a lawyer out of Arizona, that may or may not be working on behalf of the shorts. Whether he knows it or not is not the issue. The issue is the powers that be on the criminal side know how to tamp down everything. And people in their little box may feel they're doing the right thing, but by cleaning up GTII supposedly, putting it through receivership, I think they've completely obliviated or inoculated or wiped out or destroyed any possibility of a short squeeze in GTII. There's no reason to own it. In my opinion, it will not squeeze. And I do not think that the potential reverse split candidate of a guy I've never spoken to, Marshall or Walker or Forrester, I think he plays golf down in Puerto Rico, I think, or Florida. I have nothing bad to say about that opportunity. I don't see him putting it, and I've said this now for well over a year, putting his company in GTI. It's too expensive. There's too many ownerships in GTII. There's so many other shells out there that would provide a better opportunity to, if his name's Forrester, to Forrester. I think he'll go elsewhere. He already knows all the shareholders. He's already had space calls. He already has access to all of the investors in GTII. So I think he'll go find another shell and still talk to everybody. And then you may have a chance to invest in that shell, that company, and make a lot of money. Who knows? But that's a different decision. So GTII is a complete wipeout. I did not recommend it. I do have responsibility for talking about short squeezes, comparing it to other short squeezes, saying if it squeezes, this could happen, all of that. But it's been years since I've had the view that GTII would squeeze. And I've made that clear to everybody. Now, with Logic, I did a lot of work on Logic, and it's my single largest position in number of shares. And I don't want to go through that whole story right now, except to say that the gentleman behind it initially, when it was called Wayland, did a deal with short sellers, which destroyed his company. He worked hard, and he signed a financing with short sellers that destroyed Wayland. They did a lot of changing names and acquiring things and working hard, and he put his own money up, and he looked out for shareholders, and they signed up with the Neo Exchange out of Canada. The Neo Exchange, they placed it with 3 or 4 so-called funds, and they immediately shorted the stock from $3 to under $1. He then signed up with a group called Ionic, and in my opinion, Ionic shorted the hell out of the stock, but they, I guess it's definitional. What Ionic did, because of the financing that the CEO signed, Ionic was protected on the upside. So every day they would short the stock with stock they didn't own, and then they'd cover it later in the day. And they were able to do this over and over and drive the stock down. And he finally bought his way out of that position. And Logic became 2 companies. They went to recruiter.com, that guy with the shorts, who may or may not have been part of the whole ridiculous scenario. And they were going to transfer some technology from one aspect into that. And then on the other side, they were transferring technology with Aubrey Advisors to Data Logic. That both were complete frauds and ripoffs. Aubrey Advisors, I think, intentionally from the start set up a sting operation along with Chandron Financial and the attorneys involved. They made it $10 for a year and a half, and then when they de-SPAC'd, it went to 42. Somebody, they've done over 100 of these, somebody didn't protect their flanks, didn't call in to FINRA or the SEC, and they chose to call in then. They stopped trading for a day. The stock went from 42, opened at, I can't remember, it might have been the teens, on the way down to $2. And in that environment, Aubrey Advisors raised $5 million because they delayed. They never got their answers into the SEC on time. They raised $5 million to keep the deal alive. They gave 2.5 to the attorneys and 2.5 to the financial advisors. They didn't give any money to Logic or to Data Logic, which became Collective Audience. Both companies got wiped out. So Logic put out their 7 days in May, which I warned everybody about when I saw the Data Logic financing. I lost my shit on live. But then Logic diluted itself. It went from what was meant to be about 85 million shares to 350 million shares and then to 750 million shares. But it had negotiations to roll up 8 companies into the shell. Well, the same decision making that at the last minute, after hard work, threw it all away, went into giving one company, not 8, one company control. And so that company, I've heard, intends to make it work. That company was run by a gentleman I believe is Israeli. He speaks Hebrew, English, and German, I think. Lives in Switzerland with the Aubrey Advisors guys. I'm not saying they live together, but same country. That they created their company the same time as the SPAC was set up. So I think it was a sting operation from the start. There is some hope that Logic that guy is going to do a reverse split, start trading the new company. It's a medical company on NASDAQ, which would mean 100-to-1 reverse split at a minimum. And that, as the story goes, Logic could be worth as much as 20 cents a share eventually. I think it's all horseshit. I think Logic has totally been wiped out. I think the CEO was taken advantage of. Then the CEO and the technology from the other side of the company went to recruiter.com. And then in the middle of those negotiations, they decided to create Nixie. Nixie tried twice to gun the machines to get the stock to rally. It didn't work. They worked with one of the short guys, a guy named Adam Gefford or something, but he's White Diamond Research. He threw a wrench in the whole thing the first time around. My understanding is he made $2 million, $3 million himself. The CEO from recruiter.com, I think, walked away with $2 million, and Nixie sits. Perhaps they're going to be able to get it to work again. The rumors are they're going to be able to create $100 million in revenue, but the auditors quit. And so there were a couple of times Nixie ran up that could make money. I personally think the fact that it's all manipulated, the same decision making that always at the last minute is so disastrous exists, and the fact that they gunned the machines twice and both times it failed, and that the revenue, they may have been paying for that revenue, I don't know, but the revenue didn't translate into high profits, leads me to believe Nixie's dead in the water, but it might not be. If you want to go play that whole Logic story by being in Nixie, you might have something in the future. I would walk away from all of it. Your GTI is a complete wipeout, and your Logic is a complete wipeout. Mine is. And that's why I emphasize to people that I think making a commitment to Railtown is how to get out of this hell of manipulated stocks, manipulated markets, short seller hell, and fraudulent investment banking, criminal hedge funds. The only way out is Railtown. So that's why I think that's what I've done. I have a very small account, 7 days in May. But if Railtown goes to the bigger numbers, I'll be out of the red and into the green. But in my case, it's got to go to high numbers because I just, you guys destroyed me. And I believe 7 days in May, you're one of the short sellers. So, but I'm trying to treat you, I've never seen your name before, trying to treat you with as if you're not a short seller. you will not be able to recover your money in GTII or Logic. You've lost everything. There's no purchase. You're not going to get anything back. It's gone. To me, the only way to make it back is in Railtown. If you want to get away from all the stocks altogether, I think it's a little late to do it riskless. That's the wrong word. To do it without volatility, but I still would do it. Just go buy silver and do it on a dollar cost averaging. And if you can put enough money into silver, you'll make back your losses in GTII and Logic. It may take you, I think silver is headed over $100 in this next run up in the market. But then I think the market's going to hit a brick wall. Silver may fall by 50% at that time. And that would be a good time to buy. I think silver over the next 5 to 15 years could go to $4,000 an ounce or better. So that may be a way to get out of your situation. But I think you are making money by selling stock that doesn't exist, by punishing retail and breaking securities laws. So I don't think you need to make any money back. But thank you very much for your question, 7 days in May. Bill Miko, last time we exchanged comments, you called me a short. I don't recall calling you a short. Maybe I did. I may have said I don't know if you are a short, because my understanding is, Bill, you sold your dealership. I guess you own it back now, and you're trying to sell it again for $2 million in a couple of years. I don't know. The story didn't add up. You also you own Railtown, and you made it through the painful part of August, but then you sold it in September to buy equipment that was making $5,000 a month, which is pretty damn good. You didn't sell it all. You sold half. It didn't quite make sense. If you waited you said you bought in February, so 6 months. So I'm not sure why you didn't wait longer, but hey, for everybody, but it made me wonder. And then you got some money and you bought one of these other stocks. I don't remember. Doesn't matter. So yeah, in that situation, I may have said, I can't be sure you aren't a short. I don't have an impression that you are a short. But I do think you have, I guess, stubbornly decided that you think, you said it. You said if news doesn't come out, Railtown's going to 20 cents, which I 100% disagree with. And you just made it's just a not for nothing comment. And you also stated that Railtown, there were a lot of things that had to fall into place for it to work, which is also bullshit. So I responded very strongly, because I don't want anyone believing that your rather pithy and simplistic comments had any truth to them. For Railtown to go back to 20 cents, temporarily anyway, I think the deal would have to fall apart, and there might be, through a combination of short selling and just frustration, it may go down to 15 or 20 cents. I actually don't think it matters in the long run, because Railtown on its own, Conductor on its own, can bring the price of Railtown. They don't need AI partners. They don't need it to bring Railtown to 20, 30, 40, $50 over a 2-year period. So I think if the deal broke up and the stock were to trade off, it would be short, it'd be quick, and it'd be a great buying opportunity. But your rationale that if the news didn't come out soon, the stock is going to go to 20 cents, it just didn't, it wasn't accurate. And so I was adamant and maybe spoke too forcefully against that. But I'm defending a lot of people here that aren't wealthy. You're wealthy, so you can be arrogant. You can throw your weight around. You're wealthy, for now anyway. Your goals are different. But so I defended that. Arrogance, the wrong word. You can be overly confident. And you can make mistakes. It's not going to change your life. The other thing you said is there's a lot of moving pieces here. No, there's not. No, there's not. It's just that the announced MOU has to be, as the news story said on February 11th, they have to enter into a letter of intent, and I assume a final acquisition agreement, and they have to announce it. It's one thing. It's not multiple things. It's one thing. And that'll unleash the buyers who are out there in sizes much bigger than any of us. There are buyers out there for Railtown that dwarf our 12 million shares. Omers, for example, could come in and want to buy 10% of the company. I don't know that for a fact, but Omers was one of the original financiers of Constellation Software. Call it 5% of the company. That's 7.5 million shares if Omers decided to buy into Railtown stock. Mavericks, which is run by John Ruffalo, his group, maybe they want 5 or 10%. That's 7.5 to 15 million shares waiting there to be bought. That's just two sources. That's before Canaccord starts calling their AI-centric investors. And what about the big investors behind Railtown and behind AIP? So your cold water that you throw out is unfair to people here, and that's what I responded to. The fact that you're a wealthy man, the reasons you gave, oh, I sold it to buy, well, the first time you said you sold it because it could go to 20 cents. Then you said you sold it to buy equipment. And then you tried to dazzle me with your brilliance on depreciation and that I've never run a business and I'm a stock boy, a great stock guy. It's, from my perspective, it does sound very shorty, but I'm not sure I called you a short. If I did, it was in a moment of intemperance and frustration. I would believe that I would say I'm not sure that you're not working with the shorts. Maybe I said something like that. But there's no question that your advice, your actions, and your ridiculous reasons would dovetail with the message the shorts would love. But you have a right to it, Bill. You're a wealthy man. You are a wealthy man. You don't have a lot of debt. You have a lot of income coming in. You're doing something you love to do. You bought a machine that helps your business, and you kept half your position. So, more power to you. At least you still have half of it. Uh, uh, I've been wrong on Railtown. I thought they would get that LOI finished probably in April, but I really thought they'd get it done in May. And I traded some stocks thinking, well, I want to see what happens with these stocks. But by June, I couldn't stand it anymore. I thought they had to get it finished in June because that was the second quarter. That was the first half. And how much longer could it take? I was wrong. They didn't do it in June. And then I thought it's got to be July. How much more do the lawyers need to do, the attorneys? Apparently, these two groups want to get it done. So you have willing groom and bride. How long does it take the priest to draw up the certificate? I was wrong about July. I don't think I was wrong about August. I warned everybody that August, it wasn't going to happen. That was my opinion. But then I said, first week of September, maybe, but people are coming back from vacations. That's when you decided to sell. Right when the frustration is the highest, right when people are feeling the most pain, right when they're most likely to sell, and you announced it. I reacted as if I were a lion defending my, cubs, or a sheepdog defending my sheep. And I'm sorry for that, Bill Miko. If it hurt your feelings that I called you a short, I'm sorry about it. But your trading, particularly for a wealthy man in Railtown, makes no sense to me. So I know it makes sense to you, though. You're going to own a machine. In fairness, you told me later the machine cost $100,000. So it's that sale you made is not quite giving you $1,000 a month. So you're going to make $12,000 a year profit, I assume, on selling that stock, 40,000 shares. And, I think it'll be worth $2 million in 6 months. And I think it very easily, that 40,000 shares, very easily by the end of next year, could be worth almost somewhere between 6 and 7 million in a buyout. And I think Railtown is going to be bought out. My original thesis on Railtown, based on experience, that a team could create a viable company and prove up a concept and be partners, as they are with Microsoft, NVIDIA, and AMD. And that means let's just focus on Microsoft, because Corey Brandolini has sold a company to Microsoft before. That means Microsoft is seeing Conductor, seeing it work, seeing it generate revenue. That means that Microsoft has access to information about Conductor that nobody else on the street does, and they're seeing it first. If Conductor is, as they have stated, battle-tested, first to market, and as obviously AIP has indicated, does have, I'm almost quoting their press release, broad relevance amongst all of their 180 network, that's confirmation of the power of Conductor. It is proprietary, and it's in the space that Canada backs, that Canada institutions back, that Canadian venture capital firms back, that OMERS and the original funders of CS of Constellation Software back, Wall Street's getting into. It's the area that the big telecommunications companies are involved in, the big data center companies, the big efforts of around the world for national security and investment reasons. Why get out in the first week of September for $1,000 a month on $18,000 investment when it could be worth $2 million? It just doesn't make sense to me. So I reacted to that. You're obviously along. You're obviously a great businessman, Bill, and you're a great trader. You're very good with your analysis of stocks. And I think your allocation of capital makes a great deal of sense. So I give you credit. Bill Miko, last time we exchanged comments, you called me short. I've given you a long answer. I don't recall that, but if I did, I apologize. I may have. It's just memory. Too funny. Yeah, I'm laughing. Anyway, how would you short a stock under $1? Are you playing dumb? How I guess your question is, how would you legally short a stock under $1? You know how they do it. There's 3 ways. There's 3 ways. There might be more. One, you enter into a toxic financing that has warrants or whatever protection. You get attorneys to sign agreements or check boxes and say, my client does cover this and this. And then the prime broker says, okay, we'll lend stock to you. You can trade with us. So you have some protection to the upside, and you might create derivatives with that. Secondly, you get into a situation where you can collude with other short sellers so that as you drive the stock down, doesn't matter if you start at 10 or if you start at 50 cents, as you drive it down, you're working with each other to spread the risk, to drive it down further, to shake out real holders of the stock. And then finally, you lie. You don't sell it short, you sell it long. But you do it under the reg show exemption. Hey, I have the stock. The market maker, who doesn't care, just wants the commission. Are you long? Yeah, I'm long. I own it. We'll deliver it later. You lie. So I don't know. Are you just playing innocence? Are you playing in innocence, or are you really that unaware? It's a little surprising. I'm with E-Trade and thinking they would laugh at the request. Of course. I'm not, look, when I said you're with the shorts, I didn't say that you're doing it through your E-Trade account. E-Trade's not going to allow retail to do it. You have to be working with these unnecessary market makers. You have to be working with prime brokers. You have to be working with attorneys and have access to the documents and the toxic prospectuses provided by, say, a Cohen or a Griffin. You have to be helped along the way by these big pools of money, by the attorneys that represent them. It's not going to be done at E-Trade. Are you just playing dumb right now? I think you're smarter than that, Bill Miko. But yes, I think you're right. E-Trade would not let you short the stock. They would not let you short the stock probably under $2. No. But Morgan Stanley's prime broker may be accepting orders from the Toads representatives to short the stock. You don't know. Nobody knows. Because Ann Wagner says we're not going to have an audited, consolidated trail of tickets because it violates your privacy. So nobody knows. Bradley Cust, hi Bradley. It will be an acquisition rather than a merger. Okay. I agree with you. It's an acquisition. I don't know the difference. I guess you're saying who's the whale? You would say a merger is more like the acquisition and the acquired are both about the same size, I guess. Yeah, I think you're right. It is an acquisition, and that's what it was described as. But if I call it a merger, I don't really see the distinction that strongly. But I think you're right, Bradley. It's an acquisition, not a merger. And I'll try to be careful with my wording in the future. Stormy shots and slots. Well, I don't even know what that stock is. Obviously, you want to distract people. People, if you think the way to get a rush in trading is to run to the stocks that are going up, that's a gambler's rush. DKI is actually down $9. Maybe that's what you're talking about. It opened at 10.43 and it's now $1.38. Maybe, Stormy, that's what you're saying, that it's down $9. Do they have Bitcoin in their treasury? Will Underdown just bought 20,000 Railtown. Hopefully it'll get, all right, bravo, bravo, bravo. All right, let's think that through. I'm going to write that down, Will, for my informal tally of what we have, because that amount I think it will. No, it won't. It won't. I'd love to get to 12,500,000. That'll get us closer, but it won't get us over it. But good for you, Will. That's great. 20,000 is perfect. I don't see it in the volume, but that's my service, I think. Because right now, the only volume I see on Railtown is 3,730 shares. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make, I think they moved the trades from the lit exchange elsewhere, but bravo for it. So let me see, G-Bucks, you lost 75 grand. Let me just see, 75 grand divided by 20,000. So you need it to go to 375. Well, it might be a interesting, I wish I had my calendar. It's over there. I can do it from my phone. It might be interesting to just tell you guys who are still listening what I think is going to happen, the time frame and the prices. Obviously, they are complete predictions, not promises. And the odds of me being correct are probably very low if you hold it to the exact dates and the exact numbers. But I think the broad projection, I have pretty good odds of being correct. All right. So, Will, tomorrow is October 1. Yom Kippur is October 2nd. I didn't know that. I'm going to say, and this is the first bit of, guesswork. I'm going to say October 7th, the news. All right. So, Will, I think October 7th is the news. I'm going to say October 14th. What do they call those? They call those enterprise sales agreement, but that's not what they call them. ESAs? They don't call them that. Enterprise sales, enterprise partner. Anyway, I'm going to say October 14th. They'll have enterprise. I wish I could remember the name they use. SPE? I can't remember. So I'm going to say it's enterprise revenue. News. So I'm going to say October 7th, the acquisition is announced. I'm going to say October 15th, you get whatever it's called. They've already announced 4 of them without revenue. I think you'll either get news on those 4 that they announced, or maybe some sort of update on what Railtown is getting in terms of revenue agreements on conductor. I'm going to say October 14th. It might just be one of them, but there'll be room for discussion. I'm going to say by October 21, I'm going to say by October 21, the first AIP roll-up, the first AIP acquisition is announced. All right, and then October 28, I'm going to say October 28. More revenue announced. Then I'm going to say November 4th is the election. November 11th is Veterans Day. So I'm going to skip to November 18th. Earnings. And I'll go, then you have Thanksgiving. So I'll say December 2nd. All right. I'm going to say, Will, that by next Tuesday, they're going to announce the acquisition. I'm going to say the next Tuesday, they announce the first, or they explain the 4 they already announced whatever these sales agreements are called, the revenue agreements they have with other companies to use Conductor, they're going to announce at least one of them by October 14th. And then I'm going to say that the first AIP acquisition is October 21st. And then I'm going to say on October 28th, they announce another Railtown revenue deal. And then on November 18th, because there's some holidays in there, they'll announce earnings and management discussion. Then December 2nd, they'll have research out by then. They'll have more revenue from Railtown and another acquisition done for AIP. So that gets us that's basically 2 months, 60 days. What do I think the stock price will do during that? I think the news will come out, and by the time October 14th comes around, let's see, I think it'll go. I mean, obviously, I'm just, these are wild ass guesses. But I think as October 7th, when the news comes out, by the time October 14th arrives, I think the stock will be $2.10. And then when they announce the first enterprise partnership revenue, I think the stock that'll be October 14th. I think by the next Tuesday, the stock will be $3. Right there, you'll have all your money back, almost. And then it could be $3.50. And then the next announcement will be October 21st, which will be an acquisition. I bet it'll be a good one, and it might be more than one. I think by the end of October, the stock will be $4. By then, you're in the green, Will. And by the way, this could happen much more quickly than what I'm saying. But this is just to put it out there. And then by the middle of November, I think they'll put out, October 28th, it'll be $4 and more revenues. By the middle of November, they'll put out earnings. I think it'll be $6 by then. Why? Because there'll be a lot of management discussions, a lot of getting the story out. Once it's $6 and the earnings are out and the way forward becomes clear, I think it becomes a $12 stock. And then they will, on December 2nd, by then they'll have research, they'll have more revenue, another AIP acquisition. I think it'll be a $15 stock. Maybe I'm getting this backwards. And then by the end of the year, I think it'll be $20. By the end of the year, it'd be $20. So I think, Will, you're gonna do just fine on your G-Bucks recovery, and I congratulate you. I think you did the right thing. If you have 20,000 shares and it goes to $12 by the middle of November, you will have 3 times the money you lost in G-Bucks. So congratulations, bravo. Hey, Donna. Donna says hi to William. Hi, Donna, everyone. I'm on a bus tour going to Lancaster, Pennsylvania to see Noah and tour the Amish country. That'll be beautiful. I think it'd be fun to be in Amish country. I think I've driven through it, but I think it'd be really nice to learn how to live that way. Will Underdown, actually 30,000. Bravo, 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 bravo. We've got 10 minutes to the close. 10 minutes to the close. 43 cents. And of course, I showed the volume as 3,730. It's just really weird. Fingers in the green at 157.5. G-Bucks is down half a penny at 32.5. Whatever that DKI is down $9. Let me see what else. Oh, what's GDC? GDC's up 18 cents at 594. So that's in the green. And Railtown is 42.61 to 444. So anyway, Will, the reason I went through this timeline, which is total, it's going to probably be totally wrong, is I don't want you to view this as hot money. I don't want you to view this. I mean, you can do what you want, but if Railtown gets you even on G-Bucks and you just want to sell, I mean, that's, of course, everybody can do what they think's best. But I'd like you to think of it in terms of more than that you're not just trading it to break even in G-Bucks. I think with Railtown, you can add MMTLP, GTII, whatever the hell. You can add it all up with 30,000 shares. I mean, you might have to wait a few months, but if the story plays out even remotely close to what I'm describing, and there's information, because we don't have all the information now. We need to see what are the revenues, what are the projected revenues, what are the margins, what are the multiples still holding up. There's a lot of stuff we want to know. How many shares? What's the exact terms of the deal? But if it comes out being close to what I'm describing, I'd like you to see if you can hold on to your 30,000 and not only get out of the ditch, get back on the road. Maybe you can get to Amish country and enjoy the scenery. Account settings. Oh, all right. Metamaterials Torchlight preferred. All right. Thank you. I'm going to write that down so I remember it. Metamaterials Torchlight preferred. I came up with something close, but Metamaterials Torchlight. That makes sense. Thank you, account settings. JS and Scott, this guy is pumping a new stock every couple of months. Laughing out loud sign. That's not true. That's not true. I mean, we've talked about other stocks, and I tried to trade some others that you wanted to, and I did, and I did talk about Nixie last year, and I think some people made money. And then early this year, it seemed to be another trade. It didn't work out. I bought into Ham's idea of G-Bucks and you all's idea of G-Bucks. I got out on June 4th or June 5th of G-Bucks, Nixie, and one other one. I can't remember. So I sold, and I told that. I bought Railtown at about 34 cents, I think, 34 cents. And it actually went down. So the next few days, I think it got down to 22 cents. And, but anyway, JS and Scott, since June 4th or 5th, that Thursday, whatever that Thursday was, I came on and told everybody what I did. I got nervous. I didn't want to hear about what was happening with G-Bucks or Nixie, because I figured as soon as I'm out, they're going to squeeze. But anyway, I moved my small account. I moved everything to Railtown. And I started a very long period of time of focusing only on Railtown, because I found when I described to people that I sensed something was going on with Palace Intrigue with GTII that August, and started talking about taking tax losses and moving to other things. One of the stocks I definitely thought was an alternative was Logic. I noticed that people, they didn't totally understand that I was saying sell or lighten up or be careful. So I decided with Railtown that I was going to make it clear. I'm telling you to buy it. It's not financial advice, but as a strategy, as opinion, buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it. And I think for June, July, August, and September is 4 months. It's been one stock. So you're not right. I would guess that you guys short 100 stocks a day, so you don't have time to really pay attention to me. But I've only been focused on Railtown. It gets me a little bored sometimes, but I'm totally trying to help everyone, and I 100% believe the only stock people should own in this junk area, this high risk area, this speculative bucket is Railtown. There's no other stock people should be in. None. Railtown, what is JT Wisco says, what is the price? Right now it is 43.57. The volume now shows 51,000 shares. The bid is 43.04. The ask is 46.69, and the last trade 43.57, which looks to be a combination of one trade at 380 for 385 shares and one trade for 500 shares. So that's the last trade, JT Wisco. Michael Haith, good man, good man. Bought another 290. Good for you. I'm writing it down. Good for you. Awesome. Bravo. Oh, and Julie answered your question, JT Wisco. Sorry, I guess that was a while ago. That when she answered, it was 43.86. Right now it's 43.57, 2 minutes to go. 43.04 to 46.7, 42.63 to 46.69, 42.73 to 46.69. And let me look at some of the others. GDC is under $6. It was as low as 535 today. So it's come back to 589 GDC, 125,000 shares. That'd be a nice stock to own 5,000 shares of from $9. I'm being sarcastic. Sorry about that. G Bucks is 32.5 down 0.005. Finger is up 0.0001 at 157.01. Railtown is in the green at 0.0057 positive. Last trade 0.4357, bid for 0.4331, ask 0.4669. Volume 51,000 shares. It's about to close. It looks like it's going to close right there. Last trade 500 shares at 43.57. That's all I show. And it looks like it's about to close. They're moving the bid around a bit. I guess they're hoping that they can hit the bid and get it in the red. But the ask is also going up, so they're not going to have luck if somebody buys on the offer. There it closed, 43.57. So it's just that last trade of 500 shares. It is in the green by 1%, 43.57, 40 cents by 47 cents. The spread went to. I think it's a great day for Railtown, low volume. GDC's down 6 cents at 587. I guess that's an alternative. And if you want updates on that, follow Ham and follow Dirty Randy. This DKII, I don't know what to tell you about it. It's showing a green after markets at $1.35. Finger is 158, flat in the aftermarket. G Bucks 32.5, and that's where we stand. JT Wisco, thanks, Julie. I'm sorry, JT Wisco, that I took so long to answer that. DBMMMMM. William, you spread nonsense. Okay. DBMMMM. You know nothing about Ukraine. Well, I don't think I know nothing, but I'm not a historian, and I'm not a Ukrainian, a scholar of Ukraine either. So you may have a point, but I try to stay up to date on Ukraine. I will say that it's a shame that the breadbasket of Europe and the Soviet Union and maybe other parts of the Middle East and Africa has something like 28 pretty large Soviet nuclear reactors and waste, and Chernobyl, and they're fighting a war in some of the richest soil in human history. They're fighting a war with bombs and drones and tanks in the middle of all those plants. I think it's insanity. But DBMMMM makes me doubt about Railtown too. If you believe Kremlin fake news, I guess you were disinformed about Railtown too. I don't see the connection. I guess if you think my judgment is wrong on processing news as it relates to Victoria Nuland, Boris Johnson, and others telling Zelensky not to sign the Minsk agreements, not to make peace with the Soviets, and that we would have their back. I guess you could question my judgment. If that means that my judgment is therefore wrong about AI 2.0, about Railtown, I guess you can have your opinion. And in that case, DBM, I don't show you owning Railtown, so I'm not going to do you any harm. But if you want World War III, and if you want war in Europe, which is what's coming because of a punk named Zelensky who shouldn't be in office, and because the United States violated our own agreements not to move NATO east, well, welcome to it. I doubt, DBMMMM, you're going to go fight. I doubt you're going to go lose an arm, lose a sister, be bombed. I doubt you are. You're going to be here on this side of the ocean. But hell is coming to Europe. They are. It looks like they're going to be at war, and I think it's a tragedy. But anyway, if you think my views on what is a grifting job in the most corrupt country on the planet by the Ukrainian government, and that millions of people have been displaced and killed, and a whole country destroyed, because of U.S. actions, then don't buy Railtown. There's no logic. You're almost like a woman. There's no logic between your two statements. But, you're welcome to think emotionally. I don't know what you're upset about. Are you American? Are you Russian? Are you Ukrainian? Are you Jewish? What is it that's got you so pissed off? Are you German or Polish? I don't know. DBMM, not for any. I don't know what zero means. Hey, Jack Hamilton. Shills in the chat equals confidence high for Railtown. I agree with that, Jack Hamilton. I agree with that. I agree totally with that. It's 4:07. Jack Hamilton, safe travels, Donna. Yeah, don't get out of the horse carriage buggy. Now do you remember that scene? Now that's a good cup of coffee. Do you remember that scene? You don't remember it. Justin Babish, RT gets my vote. Only focus on growing the revenue. The longer I can buy in at 59 cents or less, the better. I am confident their technology is going to be strong. I agree with you, Justin. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Justin Babish, you can, I do. Put sell orders for my GTII not being filled yet on E-Trade. Can't buy, but can sell limit orders. For me, I can't sell my GTII. They won't let me. But I have E-Trade. But other people have, so I believe you, and I think it's worth trying to sell. Richard K. Richard K is short. I didn't know that. Railtown, I expect to give outstanding rates of return for people's patience, their investment. But I am not saying that Railtown will moon at all. I think if you own Railtown, the thing that, and are buying it, I think the thing that I am confident on is once the news comes out, I think the stock will give you 10, 15x on your position fairly quickly. Whether it's a day, a week, a month, a quarter, I don't know. But I think it'll be in a relatively short period of time. After it gets to whatever that number is, and I'm talking numbers like 5, 6, 7, maybe even $8. After it gets to those numbers, I think you still have 10 or even 15x ahead of you if you wait another 9 to 18 months. And it's not a question of mooning. It's a question of layering in revenue, building out the story, and participating. And there's variables, but participating in what is understood by many people on Wall Street, many smart investors, many technology people, the revolutionary production capacity of AI 2.0. And as Railtown proves out its very premise, which is conductor is solving a real problem, conductor is the man, and conductor is in demand, well, I think you're going to see the stock not only go up, but go up quite strongly. But as it goes up, I think it's going to be in a stair-step fashion, and each stair will bear the weight of selling. I don't think this is going to moon and then come back down, and I don't want people thinking of it as a moon. Richard, one of the things about Railtown, going back to why can't I remember? Will Underdown. Yeah, there I can read my writing if I move my phone. Going back to his position, 30,000 shares. Yes, he has losses. I assume he's established, or maybe he hasn't in G-Bucks. Maybe he's hanging on. So he has some losses to offset gains, so he doesn't have to pay taxes. But if you have, for example, 30,000 shares like Will does of Railtown at, I don't know, 44 cents, you've put in 13 grand roughly. And let's say those 30,000 shares by May 5th do go to $55 a share. Again, it's a wild ass guess, you know, but we don't have information yet. We will, and we can fine tune our targets, but he's going to have $1.65 million. Now, if he sells it, that's short term. He's going to have to pay, I don't know, he's going to have a profit of 1.6 million roughly. He might have to pay 44% of that in taxes. So he's left with 900,000, which is nice. But Richard, if he doesn't think about it in terms of mooning, if he doesn't think about it in terms of hot money, if he doesn't think about it, oh no, I better sell because I've got to go over and get into GDC. If he doesn't think that way, and GDC may work out fine, but if this investment in Railtown is not viewed as hot money. It's viewed as, wow, I'm in it. It's working. Let's stay in it while it works. Well, what if Microsoft buys Railtown, let's say in August or September, a year from now? Microsoft pays I have no idea. See, that's the problem. Guessing is risky because we don't have any parameters. But let's say Microsoft pays $165 a share. A year from now, a year and a half from now. So revenues are way up and you assume the multiples are still high. There's a lot of assumptions. But let's just use it as an example. And Microsoft comes in and buys Railtown for stock at 165. Will's shares are worth almost $5 million. But guess what? That uplift in his account value occurs with no capital gain tax. None. Zero. He can simply buy the stock, be patient, ignore all the hot money talk, stick with it, and when it's a total made up hypothetical, but if Microsoft said, we got to have this before someone else buys it, and they buy it in September for $165 a share, he's got $5 million that he hasn't had to pay taxes on. At that time, he'll have decisions to make. Do I sell it? Do I lighten up? Do I hedge it? Buy long-term leaps, puts? Do I sell calls against it? Buy puts against it? You know, he'll have decisions to make. But he takes his account from, depending on how you want to count it, 15 grand, 13 grand. If you want to count in what he lost in GDC, 75 grand, call it 100 grand. He takes his account from 100 grand to $5 million, and he's not hot at all. He's not trading. He's not listening to the fears and the greed. He's not booking profits, so he's not having to pay Uncle Sam. And I think the odds are that Railtown gets bought out. I don't know if it'll be by Microsoft. I don't know if it'll be at those lofty numbers. But for Railtown, if it does have the premier product, if it is the first mover, if it is world-class, it is proprietary, if it is battle-tested, and the market is $300 billion a year, that's a lot of quid out there to go after. And in the software space, well, it's called, I guess, AI tools or something. In the software space, for that kind of reward, other teams will start to try to create the same thing. So what's the answer? Let's link up with the biggest and the best, be it Microsoft, be it NVIDIA. So, Justin Babish, you know what would be crazy? What if our Railtown and AIP merged together with every single member of AIP simultaneously and become Canada's AI monster? I suppose that's possible, Justin. They have 180 companies. And to become Canada's AI monster, I think the law of large numbers applies. So I think they'd only have to merge with 36 of those companies to get the majority of the revenue. So I like your idea, but I think they may be able to achieve that exact same impact by simply merging with 36 companies. or acquiring, is I got to learn to use the correct terminology, rolling up 36 companies. And I think they could get those negotiations done by Christmas. So yeah, they could have AI, Canada's AI monster this year. Has AIP continued adding AI partners to the network? Yes. Let me see if I can find it. It's going to take me a second. I'm just trying to find his post. Here it is. This is Dr. Tom Core's post of a few days ago. He says, congratulations on trio teams. And then it says, proud to have TRIYO as a member of the over 180 AI companies in AIP affiliate network. So they are growing. They were 160, now they're over 180. So they are growing. Richard K. Is that the same Richard K? Do you see any significant catalysts happening in the next 3 months to light this candle? Look, I really don't view it as, and I answered this question yesterday, and I'm glad to answer it again. I don't view it as unlit. I think it is lit. I don't think this should be viewed as hot money. I think this could become the stock position to hold. We'll learn that as it goes. What do I expect? You're asking, do you see significant catalysts? Catalyst number one, I think the acquisition of AIP Partners by Railtown will be announced next week. Bold man. I've been wrong every month, but let me just go with it. I think that'll be next week. It could be the following week. It could be, we've already seen delays, but I think we're getting to the end of the process, because how many more delays can there be? And there's pressure to jump in the pool. You got to start swimming. So anyway, that catalyst, I think, will take the stock somewhere between $1.25 and as high as $2.50. And it could be very quickly. First catalyst. Second catalyst, I think you're going to start seeing revenue announcement or announcements or management discussion of a previous 4 companies where they had these agreements announced. You're going to get an idea of the conductor revenue power. Is it going to be one? They already announced 4. Are they going to talk about those 4? Are they going to talk about one more? Are they going to talk about a lot? I don't know. But you're going to see let's call it a pipeline. You're going to learn about the conductor pipeline, whether it's all one jet or it's dribbled out? We'll find out. That catalyst, I think, starts the week after the acquisition news is released. That's catalyst number 2. What do I think that could do to the stock? Depending on the magnitude of the initial announcement / management presentation / management discussion, I think that could take the stock over $5 immediately. It's going to be exciting. What's the third catalyst? The third catalyst, which I think could happen simultaneously. In other words, it could happen in the second week. It could happen the week after the acquisition is announced. I think you are going to see at least one, but it could be a dozen. It could be 2 dozen. I don't know. Some number of the network companies are going to be rolled up. Why? They said it in their news story. They said there's going to be an commencement of the implementation of an aggressive acquisition program. Well, aggressive, what's more aggressive than announcing 1 or 12 or 15 or 24 right away? That's pretty aggressive. So I think you're going to see, as the third catalyst, AIP companies being rolled up and management discussion and projection. So the news of the acquisition, I think, is next week. Am I right? Who the hell knows? But I'm trying to be specific. I have no idea. It could be the next week. It could be the following. But let's say it's next week. It could be sooner. But let's say it's next week. 2 weeks. I think they'll announce some kind of explanation or new or about the old 4 that have already been announced. Railtown conductor revenues, management discussions. That second week, I also think you could see AIP acquisition roll-up announcements and management discussions. 3 catalysts. All right, during that 2-week period, what's happening? The NDAs that have been signed, the material information that has been released to the world allows buying. And I think the stock, by the 3rd week, first week, acquisition news. Second week, conductor revenue and AIP roll-up news. 3rd week, I think the stock is somewhere between $5 and $7.50 in the 3rd week. During that 3rd week, I think you're going to see at least 1 research report. That'd be my 4th catalyst, is research reports. My 5th catalyst would be some sort of strategic financing, new shares issued, and or some disclosure of OMERS or Mavericks or Fidelity or Andreessen or Lumberjack retirement plan buying significant stakes, strategic stakes in Railtown. I think that'll come by a time a month goes by. And then I forget what my next one was. That's all I can think of. I thought I had one more. And I think broadly, Richard, we need to accept the possibility, no matter how improbable, that if Conductor gains purchase quickly and accelerates its acceptance and ability to sign up companies in revenue agreements, whatever those things are called, corporate revenue agreement, CRA, they have a name for them. But if that starts to really build up momentum, I think we have to assume, Richard, that but at least behind the scenes, if not out in the open, we could witness, all it takes is two. We could see some sort of bidding war start anyway. Maybe it won't be completed, but we've got to keep our eyes out that if I had to guess, your two logical buyers for Railtown are Microsoft, because they've been in bed with Microsoft for quite some time. And he mentions GitHub. There's that GitHub subscription agreement. And he mentioned bundle. It makes a lot of sense to me that they would bundle Conductor in that whole package. But who knows? If Microsoft buys it, Apple will want it, or NVIDIA. It wasn't my idea. It was somebody suggested it to me. It makes a lot of sense. A second top tier buyer would be Constellation Software. Why? Because they're not in AI. And they're in all the old software. So they've got this franchise that is gigantic, and it's beautiful, and it's big, and it's bountiful. But it's, for lack of a better term, it's legacy software. What if AI software is so great it replaces a lot of that in one fell swoop? Theoretically. Well, they're going to want to own AI. So I think the two buyers that stand out to me are Microsoft and Constellation Software. But obviously, NVIDIA and Advanced Micro Devices, they're inside the tent. They have an advantage. And companies like Apple reportedly are behind in AI. They've got huge resources of cash and stock to issue. So it could be a company like Apple. But I would say another catalyst, whenever it starts, I don't know when it's going to start, but it could be a lot more quickly, in my judgment, because software moves quickly. Could be a lot more quickly than your native skepticism would allow. So those are some of the catalysts. And I don't think it's going to take 3 months. And I'm not talking about lighting this candle. The reason the stock is sitting here flat is because none of us are buying stock in size anymore. It's on sale, and we have lost our courage. Some people are acting. I don't have any money. So there's no buying. AIP and all the insiders cannot buy. Canaccord cannot solicit orders. Railtown and all their insiders cannot buy. The 180 companies, most of those investors, they cannot buy. There's no buying. And in the face of it, there's day trading shorts whose goal is to nip and bite tiny pieces every single day. There's so-called swing intermediate trading shorts. Same idea. They're trying to take 500, 1,000, 5,000 out of the market. I am unaware of any hedge fund or toxic financing that's trying to take the entire market cap. So at least we don't have to deal with that. But in the face of that selling, the stock is down. And therefore, because we're human beings, we're looking at the stock market, the price is down, we say we're not going to buy. If we went to Walmart and I don't know, the poultry was all 50% off, there'd be a mania going to the refrigerators and taking the poultry out 50% off, and they'd be buying. But that doesn't happen here. Railtown is down from 70 cents, 40%. It's 40% on sale, but no, there's no buying because we're too scared. We listen to the people attack me, and oh God, I got to go get into GDC. It's gonna roll because they're putting Bitcoin in their treasury. But what happened to QMM? Well, anyway, gotta go do it. Gotta go do it. And I can buy some equipment and I can write it off. I gotta go do it. I cannot believe that Railtown is on sale, because in my head, I still believe the myth that Wall Street is clean, that the regulators are on my side, and that my own brokerage firm is looking out for me. Therefore, the stock price is telling me all the news I need to know. And because the stock's been in the red for a month, there must be something going on. I'm not buying. I'll wait till it goes up. I can always buy it later. That's what's going on. And the thing is, Richard, once they announce the acquisition, there won't be any stock for sale. Now, the criminals might try to, there might be some initial selling, but people, it's weird. If, for example, they announce the news and they get the stock down 3 cents, nobody will buy. They'll be going, oh no, there's something wrong. But it'll be so temporary. It'll be so temporary. But you won't act. You won't buy. It's an incredible thing to watch, human psychology. I've watched it for 40 years, 50 years now, 40 years. And it's tough to fight against. When the acquisition is announced, and if the stock is flat to down, you better be buying everything you can. If the shorts are continuing to print fake shares, you should buy everything you can. But your gut's going to be telling you, oh, there's something wrong. What's wrong? It's just too big to fight. It's just too big to fight. Ward Richardson, good after, William. Could you come up with a share price pertaining to a Justin Babish comment on RT and AIP merger? Yeah. If Ward, let's not say that they're going to acquire all 180 companies. Let's just say they get 20% of them. 3 dozen done by the end of the year. And let's just assume 400 million. I assume the revenue's higher than that now. But let's call that 320 million in revenue from AIP. Projected for 2026, 320 million just from AIP. What would, by the end of the year, what would Conductor be able to do? Let's just round this up. Let's say Conductor, by the end of the year for 26, is able to project 80 million. For 400 million. Blended ARR for 2026. 400 million. Now the thing I see, I think this 80 million will be worth gigantic multiples because it'll be growing potentially, you know, if they get 3% of $1 billion, that the target in the news, the research report from a year ago is that the market is a $3 billion market and they get 3%. The market's actually 300 billion per year. If they get 3% of that, the numbers are gigantic. So I think this will get high multiples. I don't know about this because it's all different industries, it's all different products. And then once it's rolled up, how quickly are each of those companies' revenues growing? And what is the blended growth of those 36 companies' revenue? I don't know. So I'm going to guess that we should keep the revenue at the top part at a low number. What's a low number? I'll use the lowest, 12.5x. All right. It's pretty low. And on the 80 million from Conductor, I think that deserves a gigantic multiple. And I wouldn't be surprised early on if that doesn't go to the top of the scale at 200x. But let's not use 200. Let's not use 150. Should I use 100, 75, or 50? Let's use 50x. And let me erase that. How many shares? Let's try to be conservative. I'll say 250 million shares. It's a lot. So, Ward, this is what my reaction. If they were able to roll up 36 of the companies by the end of the year, they'd get the majority of the revenue. Now, the problem is, I don't know if they get half that revenue. They have revenue arrangements, how many shares, but let's just go with what we know. That's 320 million for 2026. But I used a low multiple, 12.5x. So that gave me 4 billion. By using this low multiple, it allows this number to be lower and the multiple to be higher and still end up in that range. And then with Conductor, by the end of the year, I think it's reasonable that they get 8 to 12 contracts worth 10 million a year going forward, going for 2026. I don't know if I'm right, but that's 80 million for 2026. So that at a 50 multiple comes up to 4 billion. This could be a much bigger number. This could be 150 million. This multiple could be 150. So anyway, 4 plus 4 gives 8 billion by the end of the year, because you're by January, say you're looking forward. You're looking forward. And you blend those, you get 8 billion. You divide by 250 million shares. Right now, according to Yahoo, it's 144 million. There seems to be 170 or something according to their file. We'll have to find that out. But if we use 250 million shares, that gives a target, I think, by the end of the year of $32 a share. Or by January. What does that require? That requires that the stock market stays strong. That requires that AI 2.0 as a subdivision of the market stays strong. That requires there still is a lot of capital flowing to all the various products and investments and alternative investments. And it requires that the big companies are still buying, those kind of things. But I think the stock could be $32 by January, in January. Brandon Neely, do you think there will be any dilution for these acquisitions and roll-ups if the price goes to $5? No dilution for acquiring more. Well, we don't know how they're going to do it. It's one of the most exciting parts of it for me to see. I've tried to look at how Constellation Software did it. But all I can find on Constellation Software is how they do it now. Constellation Software has such gigantic cash flow, and therefore they can borrow money. They don't dilute. Constellation Software really hasn't diluted its number of shares outstanding, best I can tell, in a decade or more. So some mechanism that Constellation Software uses, they don't issue shares, but they grow their revenue and they grow their acquisitions. Is that applicable to Railtown buying, the NewCo, the Railtown AIP, acquiring, rolling up the underlying companies? If they follow the same model as Constellation Software, where they leave the management teams in place and they reward the upside to those management teams with stock, one way they could do it is set up a separate holding company, and each of those teams gets ownership in that holding company, and as they acquire these companies, they own a piece of, they get a percentage of that holding company. And then the split in revenue, it could be done, you could have a series of daughter companies, daughter holding companies, or you could just have one omnibus holding company. It's up to the attorneys or the thought process of the bankers. But if you just have one, just to keep it simple, the revenues could be split with the shareholders of the acquired company and with the Railtown AIP. So one way to do it is to set up one or multiple holding companies and strike deals with each rolled up company without issuing shares, And you say, what we'll do, we'll absorb the responsibility to cover all hard costs. We'll take on XXX and X. You'll pay salaries out of revenue. And we'll be there with knowledge. We'll be there with bringing other customers to you. But as you hit certain milestones, we're going to split the revenues. And ultimately, let's say it's 50% to the underlying company and 50% to the Railtown AI company. But it could be 75-25. It could be 60-30. Who knows? That's all negotiation. That would be a way of rolling up the companies without issuing any stock. And it's I think it's quite believable that they would do that. What would be in it for the companies? What would be in it is they know they're fully funded. Fully funded. And they're still in charge. They still get bonuses. They still get stock. They still have high salary. And in my example, they earn to the point where they get 50% of the revenue. So they've removed their risk of going bankrupt and having to raise money and get destroyed by the criminals. They've removed that risk completely or almost completely, and they get 50% of the revenue. That's one way it could be done. And there'd be no stock issued. A second way that it could be done is because of Railtown's investors, because of Omer's invest and Ruffalo's contacts and Canaccord. A second way they could do it is they could borrow money. They could borrow whatever, $1 billion. I don't think they could do that right out of the gate, but it's possible. So they borrow a bunch of money. That's risky, I think. But if they roll up these companies with huge revenue, I don't think it'd be that expensive, and they don't issue any shares that way. Another way it could be done is that Railtown/AI, the combined company, does issue shares, and they buy each of these companies for stock. And that's the only thing they do. They just buy it for stock. Well, I think it's possible that Railtown/AIP issuing stock to buy these companies, it's at least theoretical that they double the amount of shares that are outstanding, which effectively comes back to that 50-50 split. So those are three ways they could do it. And obviously, they could pick and choose, mix and match. They could do more than one of those three ways. What is the most likely, I think, Brandon, is each company inside is going to be different. I mean, I just showed you guys the other day, and I didn't type it out because I'm not much of a word processor, but I went through the companies in the financial services section, 20 companies. And of those 20 companies, if they rolled up, let's see, 1, 2, 3, for 5 of those companies, they would have about 130 million in revenue. So they could, out of those 20, it's the same law of large numbers, if my research is correct. They could just focus on those. And like I say, they could set up a holding company, they could borrow money to do it, or they could issue stock, or some combination of all of it. But my guess is the negotiation comes in the multiples and the long-term viewpoint. And what are you going to get if you join Conductor? It's a lot of salesmanship and sharing of a dream. If I were doing it, I think I'd do it in a holding company or daughter companies, because that would be the easiest thing later on to spin out or sell. I think that's what I would do. But I don't know. I'm not involved, and they're much smarter than I am. Maybe they have a different strategy. Each one of these companies probably has a different multiple, has a different profile, has a different growth projection. So each negotiation is going to be individualistic. But if I were doing it, if I met any resistance on my proposal, I'd say, okay, we're going to come back to you in 60 days. And I'd go down the list to quickly lock up the ones that are most willing. There will be, and of course you're using the term as you've been taught to use it by the boo birds. It's not dilution, but we can't change our vocabulary. It's insane to think that a company is going to grow either by raising money or acquiring revenues without issuing stock. That's just insanity that the shorts and the boo birds want us to believe. It's not dilution. What they do when they create toxic financing and issue tens of millions of shares into a corrupt market, that's dilution. But if, for example, the combined AI Railtown issued 10 million shares to acquire ECS Fin, which I think is doing 77 million in revenue, but I don't think it will have a high multiple either. But if they did that, that adds from zero, that adds 77 million to their existing shareholder base and expands their shares from 144 million to 155 million. That gives them basically 50 cents a share in revenue. And if you put a multiple on that of 50, which I don't think it'll get, let's say a multiple of 10, that's $5 a share. And the stock's now trading at 50 cents. That's hardly dilutive. It's hardly dilutive. So you got to be careful using the criminal's words. Every company, including Amazon, including Ford Motor, including Exxon, including Zara. As they're expanding, as they're growing, they issue shares. The question isn't, is that dilutive? The question is, am I giving up? What am I getting back for the shares I'm giving up? Is it accretive? Is it adding to earnings? Is it adding to cash flow? Is it adding to my future value? And that's a negotiation. So every now and then you make a bad deal. But I would rather a growing company issue shares than issues debt. Because debt doesn't go away. You got to make your payments. The bank's going to come wipe you out if you go through, 18 months of a recession. I'd much rather shares be issued. So your terminology is going to get you afraid. Now, Brandon, what I did, I don't know if you noticed it, but Yahoo, last time I looked, has the outstanding shares at 144 million. 144 million. I divided this by 250 million. So I'm basically saying they're going to issue over 100 million shares to get all of this done. I think that's too many, by the way. I think they'll get the first 36 companies. I don't think they have to issue 100 million shares. But if they do, it's still a $32 target. Do you consider that dilutive? How are they going to buy all of that without issuing shares? Do you think that's dilutive? That's 72, 73x from here. Is that dilutive? I guess it is, because if they could talk them into just giving them the company, so hey, why don't you just join us? 36 companies, just come on board. We don't want to give you anything because our shareholders thinks it's dilutive. Well, then this number would be gigantic, but I don't think you'd have any success acquiring companies without issuing shares. It's the wrong word. Dilution that those guys want you scared of is when the Kramers give GTII $58,000 and start selling millions of shares, destroying the price. That's dilution because you didn't get anything. You got a little bit of cash. That's what you're worried about. That's not going to happen here. Justin, are your predictions of Milk Kramer in 2025? Yeah, when I get to the bottom, I'll show you. I made a prediction on August that Railtown will be $5 by October 1st. It didn't happen. So when you're making projections on very limited specific knowledge, you're going to have a wide range of outcomes. But I've always been of the school that if you're investing in something, you can think of all the negatives, and you should. You should assume everything's shit. But if that's the case, why invest? If everything's shit, I also think it's important to figure out why this investment that you're focused on is better than the rest, and you got to try to calculate the upside. The upside keeps you in it if you've given reasonable numbers. And I just showed Brandon Neely that I expanded the number of shares outstanding by over 100 million, at least using Yahoo numbers. Maybe that's not enough. Maybe he doesn't think that's enough. Maybe it should be more. Well, I came up with a $32 target by the end of the year. If Brandon thinks they're going to issue more stock, maybe he should make that target $16 at the end of the year. It's still worth issuing those shares. Still worth issuing those shares. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate it. Richard K., MMTLP resolution will get me out of the ditch and on top of, no, there's not going to be a resolution for MMTLP. There may be a settlement on MMTLP if they can slightly prove some fraud, or if they can prove that FINRA committed self-dealing. There might be something there. It's 10 years away. And it'll be small to you. The settlement on MMTLP will be pay the attorneys, pay the hard costs, and maybe change your procedures. That's it. Maybe put on I'd love them to put on every statement, every advertisement, every time you open your app, a picture of a black lung, smoking kills. I'd like them to put something there, trading in the over-the-counter, and Adina Friedman's NASDAQ wipes you out. Hey, I'm Almost Legend. Happy Tuesday. Those are some big clairvoyant predictions. I know part of the thing I'm doing against my own saner judgment is I want people to see why we're in this stock, and I want people to get, if the stock goes to $3, $5, I don't want people to think it's hot money. I believe the stock should already be $5. But we'll find out. I think this is one of the situations where, ironically, not only can you buy the stock at a discount right now, you can buy all the shares you want to. You can buy 100,000 shares. If you had the money, you could probably buy 1 million shares. But in 60 days, I doubt you'll be able to buy, I don't know about 60 days. In 6 months, I doubt you'll be able to buy 10,000 shares at a time, or even 1,000 shares at a time without moving the stock price. The shorts are going to be gone. A lot of the stock is going to be taken off the market by institutions, in my judgment. That means that AI 2.0 is real. That means that the revenue growth projections are plausible. That means that the multiples are still there. That means that institutions still see this as a transformative multi-generation technology. If all that happens, you're not going to be able, not only are you not going to be able to buy the stock under $1, you're not going to be able to buy large positions. And the shorts, the devils are going to try to get you shaken out at $3. Whoo, I got my money back, and go trade G-Bucks. I don't want people to do that. So I am giving my thinking. Using Research Capital's numbers of Railtown by itself, it's a $3 billion target market. $3 billion. They come up with a $2 stock price. It's based on 3% penetration and 12x. That is these guys. And that's Railtown all by itself. Well, what do we know? We know that the annual spend is going to be 300 million. Sorry, 300 billion. We know that's the annual spend, 300 billion, not 3 billion. If they get 3% of that, $300 billion per year. If they get 3% of that, that's $9 billion a year. That's 3% multiple. I mean, 3% penetration, and we'll use a 12 multiple. That's 108 billion market cap. Is that plausible? Let's use 300 million shares outstanding. We use 300 million shares outstanding. That's $360 a share. Now, if you want to be totally conservative, you say, well, the market's 300 billion a year, the addressable market, and they get 3% of that and 12 multiple, but you don't, it's just too big to believe. Knock 90% off of this. Take 90% off. Just take 10% of that as your target. It's $36 a share. Dismiss 90% of this upside. It's a $36 target. We don't have specifics to work with. But at the same time, I don't want you frightened out by bumper sticker short selling, fear mongering, and your own experiences in these other crappy stocks. Railtown is huge, but we've got to prove it's first to market. We've got to prove it solves a problem. We got to prove that they have a pipeline. We got to prove that their revenue is strong and growing. We got to prove there's a lot to know. But if they have a 300 billion a year spend in the industry, they get 3% of it. They get $9 billion a year in revenue, and you multiply it by 12x because it's growing. That's a $100 billion company. You assume 300 million shares, that's $360 a share. Is that believable? Sure. Is it going to happen? I don't know. So take 10% of that. Wipe out 90% of that. Say that 90% of that is bullshit. It's a $36 target at 12x. But 9 million revenue. Sorry, 9 billion, 10%. I guess it'd be 90 million revenue. They are big targets. I agree with you. And it's why I'm so adamant that you shouldn't even consider other stocks, because the upside here is considerable. And even if they just do a puny part of that upside, the returns from 44 cents are astonishing. Why be in any other stock? That's how I see it. The only way Railtown doesn't work is if I'm lying to you and I'm somehow benefiting from that lying. I know me, you don't. I know that's not happening. It could be some big scheme or scam between the attorneys and the short sellers and the regulators and the government of Canada and the institutes, and TELUS and others are building out data centers. It could all be some gigantic fraud. I don't think that's very likely. It could be that the delays in getting the acquisition completed means that Dr. Tom Core is sleeping with Corey Brandolini's wife, and they've decided that's crude. But my point is, something's gone wrong, and they've just decided to break up the whole thing, and that's what's going on. Well, this research at $2 from a year ago, it doesn't include AIP, and it targets $2 a share. I don't think it's the end of the world if it all falls apart, but there's no indication that it's falling apart. They just went to this conference together. They post almost identically. The stock is holding up. So I would take that worry off your list. So then the question is, why are you in the stock? Because you're hoping it'll go up? What is the draw to the stock? It's AI 2.0. I have shown you deal after deal after deal, multiple after multiple after multiple. The metric currently with, I don't know what to call it, AI software, AI 2.0 revenues, the multiples, the metric is a multiple of annual recurring revenue. And the multiples vary. They're as high as 205x. I suppose they're as low as 12 or single digits. Is it mass hysteria? Is it mass insanity? Maybe. Is it going to stop? Is that hysteria going to stop in 90 days? I doubt it. Is it going to stop in 6 months? I doubt it. It could. Anything can happen. If Railtown even reached half of those numbers this time around, it would be divine. Yes, but I'm also trying to get across that just because Railtown achieves numbers that astonish in per share prices, nothing goes straight up. Nothing goes straight up. But just if it were able to do that, if you're comparing it to G-Bucks or ZJYL or something, you're going to get out, and it'll be a mistake. However, we need news. We need management discussion. We need research reports. We need growth. We need projections. We need all of that, and we don't have those yet. But we do have comparable transactions. We do have events going on in the AI 2.0 space. So we'll see. We'll see. Underdown. I'm seeing a volume of 51,000. Yeah, that finally showed up on mine. And it closed the day on mine 52,620. I don't know. I don't know why sometimes it doesn't show the full amount. Thank you, Will. Railtown fiscal year end is today. I didn't know that. See, I'm an idiot. Let me Google that. When does Railtown AI Technologies fiscal year end? Because I looked at their numbers for June and I thought it was second quarter. I could be wrong. You're right. Eric B., you're right. Railtown Technologies fiscal year ends September 30, 2024. Eric, if I'm not saying there's any spin going on here or manipulation going on, but if you wanted to show growth numbers, so you showed rapid growth, percentage change in growth, maybe that's why you wait until October to get this all finished, because that means your 2000, is that 2024? I'm going to, according to Google, you're right. So if you have no revenues in 2024 and no revenues in 2025, and all of a sudden your 2026 revenues start going up like escalator, you can get bigger multiples. Maybe that's what they're doing. I don't know. On the other hand, it's just playing with the numbers, and anybody looking at the results will adjust for that. That's very interesting. Railtown's fiscal year is to end is today. Eric B., no real movement on the stock today. Calm before skyrocketing. That's right. So 45 days from now would be the news. It can be sooner, Justin. It can be sooner. But you're right. Pretty much it always is, or has to be 45 days. So that would be Thanksgiving. And well, I erased it, but that's kind of where I said the earnings would come out mid-November, just by chance. That was just a guess. I'll show you this one thing because it shows I was wrong. And then I'll leave the other stuff for tomorrow. I'm just going to show you where I was wrong. I predicted August 1 that Railtown would be $5 by October 1st. I'm wrong. I also predicted, I think I framed it in the terms of risk. I said that NRGV would be 91 cents. I was totally wrong on that. I think it's tripled. Let me see. Yeah, it's $3, $2.95. So it's, it's up, I don't know, essentially 300%. And then Mountain, I projected $8. And I guess I got that one right. Mountain is $5.84 right now. Nixie, I got wrong, I think. Let's see where Nixie is. Nixie is 141. I said 150. All right, I got Nixie right. I said in October Nixie would be $1.50. Right now it's 141.94. So I got 2 right, 2 wrong, and then Finger, I'm wrong. I said Finger would be $1.25. Not so much that it would stay there. I just figured they'd have to do a financing. And I figured it'd be at $1.25. Anyway, I guess that's because I'm wrong about Ukraine. Hey, KYP. How are you doing? KYP. It's 5:25. Let's see if there's any news. I was going to talk about other things, but I think I'm going to save it for tomorrow. Uh-oh. Bad news about vendor financing in AI. That's not good to read about. We'll talk about that tomorrow. What are the top 5 myths of modern finance from International Man? Myth number 1, risk-free returns. For decades, U.S. government bonds were treated as the ultimate safe haven where investors could stash cash with a promise of stability and zero risk. That all changed in 2022. The worst year in treasuries in American history. The benchmark 10-year treasury dropped 18%, while the 30-year collapsed 39%. Many bonds did even worse. Myth number 2, the lender of last resort and fictional reserve banking. When central banks create money out of thin air to rescue failing institutions, it's just legalized counterfeiting. Okay. Myth number 3, policymakers are just central planners in disguise. Well, that's not a myth. He's saying that's what it is. And then myth number 4, many elites don't create wealth. And again, he's not saying that's a myth. He's saying that's true. Many of the elites in our societies are just parasites. They extract money, insider deals, cronyisms, bailouts. They're parasites. And then myth number 5, the Federal Reserve is a free market institution. And he says, no, the Fed is nothing more than a politburo of bureaucrats attempting to plan the economy centrally by tinkering with money and interest rates. I'm not sure we learned anything from him. Tech stocks jump. Gold had its best month in 14 years. All right, I'm just looking to see if there's any alarming news. Uh-oh, a chain just closed. The drugstore just closed. Rite Aid and Walgreens. No, it's not. It's Washington's. Bartell Drugs. Bartell Drugs just closed. I'm sure private equity had something to do with it. All right. I'm not seeing any alarming news. The Cubs are beating the Padres in the wild card in the top of the ninth. And the Tigers beat the Guardians 2-1. And the Cubs, oh, that's not the wild card. Tonight, the Dodgers play the Reds. Thank you, KYP. Everything's good. I get a little worked up on these calls. I don't know why, but yeah, and I hope everything's good up in Brooklyn where the girls are pretty and life is large. Oh my God. I can't read that. Yeah, I don't see any real news to get worked up on. So I think I'm going to call it quits here at 5:30. That was a long day. Even though the stock of Railtown is not showing any kind of upward movement, I don't think that's going to last forever. It could stop tomorrow, but I have a feeling it'll be next week. Lawyers love the weekends. So my favorite day would be Tuesday. Could be Monday, could be Wednesday, but I'll pick Tuesday. So if I'm right, you've got 3 days this week, one day next week to add to your positions. I could be wrong and it's the following week or the following week, but I think you have to act as if after 7 months, and very interesting point that Eric pointed out, the fiscal year just ended. I think you have to act as if they could finally complete this opus, this masterwork of legal documents, and make a freedom releasing news announcement so buyers can buy and the sellers can go hide under the refrigerator and stove and come out for the next stock. So anyway, I'm going to wish everybody, I was glad to see there's a chance of peace in the Middle East. I hope it's sincere. I hope it's not too late for the children. And I hope it can lead to lasting peace. I hope a similar item could happen. I wish that Trump and Putin could meet alone and maybe resolve the risks of war, because we should be friends with the Russians. But you know what? I'll show it to you tomorrow. It's all about the collateral. It's all about the collateral. Ours is a dying banking system because we've abused it so. On the other hand, I mean, I don't know how we could have stopped it. We could have kept jobs here, kept technology here, but we transferred it all to China. And that helped the financialization of our economy, and it helped certain banks and banksters. That might have delayed it, but eventually the pyramid scheme of it all catches up with us. So anyway, let's leave it until tomorrow. I wish each of you peace, and we'll talk tomorrow. Ciao.